Rising, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 22 or more, 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway is we will be doing a free reading for the highest gifter when we get between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. The other giveaway we are doing right now is we will be doing a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you would like to catch any of those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them over as a podcast over at my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But before we get started, first and foremost, most important question. How are you doing right now? How are you feeling? Scale of 1 to 10. We've got a Libra full moon. We're just a couple days out from that Libra full moon. And fortunately, the good news is that Venus is set to station direct tomorrow. Now, one of the things that we're working through right now is recognizing and identifying what that work feels like, because it's heavy. This whole cycle has been like extremely hard work. But why have we been feeling so much of that intensity? And I'm going to tell you right now, if you're still going through this, if you're asking yourself, like, why do I still feel kind of sluggish? Like, why do I feel like things got harder coming out of the eclipse cycle? I like to talk about, I think there needs to be more conversation around the doldrums that we sometimes experience moving out of a lot of these intense cycles. We often experience it to a small degree when we come out of full moon cycles. I like to call it the full moon hangover. But we also experience in a very large degree when we come out of eclipses. Now, the thing about this eclipse energy that we're moving away from is the fact that and we were getting ready for this, but it's a lot of that work and understanding and being very overly critical upon the self, right? That combination, that 1-2 punch of the Mercury retrograde with the Venus in retrograde, right? Feeling like what happens during Venus in retrograde cycles, it's hard to see beauty. When we're going through Mercury retrograde cycles, it feels like things are breaking. Now, everything that we're given is a gift. They help us understand and recognize where that work is. So I like to keep on describing this as incubation energy, setting intentions, identifying what it is that one is trying to work upon, letting go of the feeling or the need to be perfect, but instead thinking and focusing on making perfect. What do we do? What do we set our intentions upon that help us move towards that, the sense of the self that we are energetically proud of? It's not easy. And again, the thing about a lot of the rockiness that we potentially may have experienced over the last couple of weeks as we were working through that eclipse process has to do, I keep on saying, like polishing the mirror of the self, working and identifying what it feels like to have grit around things. When we experience and we receive things that are not ideal, there's a very strong desire to want to project it back outwards, right? There's a lot of that energy that we often feel around matching energy. But, I think one of the things that's really beautiful about this particular eclipse cycle is a lot of the lessons that we've been working through or the messages we've been receiving have been focused upon the identification point that when you match energy, You just allow another person to lower your vibration, right? All another person learns in the process of matching energy with another is that they can have you come into any space. They just need to behave in a way that's uncalled for or untowards, right? But that's why when we hold into the space of being able to not allow ourselves to be triggered, right? To take the energetic notes, to identify and recognize what it is that we're working towards. Um, you know, it's not easy, right? It can be very frustrating, but it is fortifying, right? And a lot of the messages that we've been getting right now are chariot lessons, which is, you know, and I need to I always I've been pointing this out a lot, and I talk about this a lot in my tarot church classes when we investigate and deep dive into the cards. I'm often asked by students, why is the chariot that is depicted on the chariot card, why do they look so stationary? There's not a lot of movement when we identify that card, and it's because when we break down the lessons energetically, there's a lot of that contemplation that we often see in that card in relationality to the amount of force that is often required to move something forward is is the most force, right? The hardest part is starting something. The hardest part is building a routine. The hardest part is setting the intention. The hardest part is building a practice for oneself. And often we get into those places when we get frustrated, we stop before we've even begun. And that's why I keep on describing like letting this work be moments, not taking things personally, but allowing them to set one's intention, to help recognize what it is that one is trying to build in a better way. It's not easy, right? And there's a lot of path work there potentially in relationality to humility. But I need to point out, and this is really important because I often feel like we misunderstand what the word humility means. Humility does not mean feeling like you are the worst. It doesn't mean like groveling on the self. Humility is the identification point of having compassion for the self. The same compassion that you give to others that you return back to the self, right? Because when we take it easy on ourselves, when we appreciate and we recognize and we understand the fact that we are always in that place of learning and growing, you know, that same level of compassion that we find for ourselves, we're able to extend to those around us. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. And I got to tell you right now, um, for a lot of the energy and separation, this is rough stuff. I'm going to tell you even now, for some of the energy coming into partnership, I keep on hearing like rough awakenings, like coming into partnership, and in the process of coming into partnership, awakening to a reality of a situation in the past that you could not see before. Why are we seeing this right now? Because there's a lot of conversation that we saw yesterday in the reading around relationships that are built on inspiration versus relationships that are built on aspiration. Now, what is the difference between a relationship built on inspiration versus aspiration? And relationships that are built on inspiration tend to be less energetically consistent, right? They're the type of relationship that only continue to perpetuate when the mood arrives, when someone feels like in the mood, as it were, when someone feels inspired to move towards us. And this can be very energetically confusing. And we can often identify relationships in this pattern that when you try to bring frustration, when you try to articulate something that is not inspiring to counterpart, what happens to counterpart? They go away, right? They disappear because you're not being particularly inspiring at this time, right? Welcome to the Venus in retrograde cycle. Now, when we experience that, it creates that standard that often feels like we are performing in relationship, that we can't necessarily be our authentic self for fear that if we articulate something too authentic, another person will find it not very inspiring or not beautifying to the energetic ego that is indulged in the relationship. And so it almost creates those spaces of not feeling like you're embodying a situation where you can be your authentic self, because it feels more like it's the performance of the self, right? Now, when we're seeing that, and there's often those modalities or situations that require or demand perfection from us, right? That's often that moment that we've also been working through, that a healthy relationship does not require perfection in order to find progress. Perfection is not found, it's made. And a good way to halt progress in relationship is by articulating and trying to say that the reason that one isn't moving forward is because it's not perfect, but understanding. And a lot of the lessons that we've been going through right now is the fact that perfection is not a direction. It's not a location on a map. It's a cardinal direction. It's something that we move towards. It's something that we reach towards. It's something that helps us see ourselves more clearly. But we don't hold it as the reason why we're not progressing forward. And these understandings, these breakthroughs are potentially coming through right now in new energetic connections that are forming in separation, in relationality to energy and separation, seeing and recognizing the difference between inspirational relationships that feel like there's no consistency versus aspirational, seeing someone trying, seeing someone adapting, building into that pathwork of slow determinative action and consistency. And this is why these chariot partnerships that are forming right now, they're slow to start. They're not moving at the same rapidity that we would typically see, because this is the energy that are healing from situations and circumstances where it's almost like they're healing their wound of love, because it wasn't the fact that there wasn't care there. But when we haven't healed the space of love, our care feels more like energetic control, right? It feels more demanding instead of appreciative of what is found. So that's why I keep on seeing that even in some of these partnerships right now that are beginning to form, there's a lot of frustration that's being released. There's a lot of potential aggravation. But here's the thing that's beautiful about it. If these are energies that are articulating their frustration to one another, and the energy of the counterpart isn't going away, it is the energy that feels the relief and the release of being in a relationship where then they don't feel like they have to perform the act of the self to maintain it. They can be in the authenticity of the self. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union. A lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, like, the thing that I keep on seeing about this is there's a lot of this path work, and I feel like it's interesting because I saw previously a lot of the energy that was coming into divine union being more in Scorpio, and I feel like now it's starting to move to something closer to Virgo, because this is a lot of the energy that's building into that context of looking back at the past, the gift of being in healthy relationship that allows us to see something in the past that we couldn't see before, that then helps us set our intention going forward. Is this energy caught in the doldrums of regret? No, there's catharsis there, right? Often the pathwork of wisdom is heavy because we see things that we couldn't see, but we recognize with the solace of being in the present that allows us to change the things that we intend to change. So there's a lot of bittersweetness that's going through there. There's a lot of setting that intention, while via V being in a supportive environment with counterpart that holds the same gaze of the higher self as we do, because never are we more held than not only do we build into the construct of a relationship wherein we feel the counterpart sees us in our present, but we also recognize that they see us in relationality to what we aspire to, right? And that's the difference between building into a relationship that is articulated upon potential. And often the difficulty in terms of identifying a relationship that is built into potential is we hold the potential for someone that they themselves do not embody, versus an energetic relationship that is aspirational. Someone that we identify and recognize not only sees us in the gaze of who we are, but also sees what we aspire to become. Continuing and deep into divine union right now, this is very interesting because I see for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, there is this aspirational aspect that is returning to some circumstances or situations. And I keep on, we were getting the message yesterday as it relates to a light touch. Why is there something that's happening right now for energy deep within divine union, applying a light touch? Because there's a deep message that I see that's coming through for energy within divine union, potentially looking at things from the past in order to hopefully resolve and heal them. But also recognizing that when we move to heal something and another person is not invested in the same healing journey, that healing can become toxic, right? That's why we don't try to force healing on others, because when we force healing on others, it doesn't matter what our intention is. If another person doesn't want to receive it, it's not a blessing. It doesn't feel like a gift. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's a little bit of that energy, applying that light touch to things to try to recognize and identify what can be energetically resolved, right? And working through the context of, again, potentially trying to circumnavigate situations in relationality to counterpart as it relates to how they're choosing to do so, specifically and particularly because for a lot of the energy in those modalities, these could be situations where there's resistance via the pathwork of the difference between stubbornness and exquisite insistence, right? And what do we identify that is stubbornness? Stubbornness, and these are all the lessons that we saw during the Mars retrograde cycle. Stubbornness is when we insist on things, but we can't explain the reason why. We can often tell in those moments that it's something that's coming from our ego, because the ego tries to protect us. It never has reasons, right? And sometimes when it does so, it tries to protect us from blind spots of the self. Whereas when we're able to exquisitely insist on something, it's be able to identify the reason that we hold on to something is because it is of intrinsic importance. It is something that is that is energetically sacred to us, right? The higher self can go about it and talk about it at length because it's a conversation that is infinite because of the prioritization point of importance. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now trying to move towards situations and circumstances to see if there are conversations that can occur in relationality to exquisite insistence. But if reaching stubbornness, not forcing those conversations, observing it, recognizing it, allowing that to reaffirm and build catharsis as they continue forward on their journeys. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. If you would like to catch any of that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. I'm also going to plug the mic in because I forgot to do that. We are still going through the retrograde shadow period. It's fine. What did we say? We build compassion for the self. We build compassion for the self in relationality to talking into a mic that's not plugged in. These are the things we do here. Let me know how you're feeling in this energy right now, friends. And I hope you guys are having an absolutely beautiful start to your day. So good to see you. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that update. I hope you guys can hear me a little bit better right now. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, if you're joining us across any of the other apps and would like to get on the list, every time I say apps, I get hungry. If you would like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation via my link tree and you'll be added to the list. Also, the first person on the list each day will always have a free card in their, an additional card in their reading. Hi there, Yolanda. Welcome, Tom. Hi there, Miss April and John. Hello there, Star. Welcome, Luna. How are you doing today? Welcome. Good to see you, little vamp. Hope you're having a great start to your day. Mr. David, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there. Hello there, Haley. Grand Rising, dear. Envy, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Feeling upset still, yuck. I mean, again, I think that a lot of this, I feel like we're going to feel like this until Mercury gets in front of Neptune again. I feel like we're going to feel a little bit like this until Mercury gets back in front of, it's like, ugh, you know what I mean? Like, the engine has got to get back in front of the caboose, okay? Hi there, Haley. How are you doing today? And Marvelous, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Jacob. How are you doing? Grand Rising, Bridget. So good to see you. And thank you, Marisol, for the follow. Berkey, Thank you for the follow as well. Good to see you, Heather. Thank you for those gifts. Joanne, one card readings are for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I can pull one card for you, but they're also done at the completion of the collective and the personal readings. Creative. I've been feeling so sleepy for the past week. Good morning. Well, I'm telling you, like the thing that we're seeing right now, the reason our sleep is so whack right now is because we've got planets dipping back and forth from out of Pisces and into Aries. It's like a yo-yo right now. It's like, and again, the thing with Pisces energy, Pisces, it's hard to wake up. It's drowsy energy. Aries, it's hard to stay down. So yeah, if it's doing a number on your sleep right now, I wouldn't be surprised. I would also not be surprised if a lot of the dreams that you're having right now have a lot of conflict in them. You're either coming back with dreams that have conflict or you're not remembering them at all because Mars is in Cancer. And so it's been a lot of it's working through a lot of like beef in the dream space, if it makes sense. And I've been getting messages that they're guides, like if you're not remembering your dreams right now, there are guides that are just shutting down some dreams, being like, you can't bring those back here. It's not helpful. B, great way to start my birthday morning. Buon compleanno, B. Autumn, I'm feeling very grounded in myself today and at ease, my past, present, and future. I love that. For those with Libra placements right now, things may be feeling very intense, is what I'm getting. You may be working on, you may be vibing very high. And Erica, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Joanne. Good to see you today. You're so welcome, B. Hi there, Morgs. How are you doing today, Carmen? Jacob, I'm doing good. Great. I hope you're feeling better. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Haley, yep, thank you for encouraging everyone to stay for the collective, Haley. That's really kind of you to say. I appreciate you. And thank you guys. Also, you should stay because this is a great collective. I'm very blessed by the people who are in this room. Hi there, Rainbow. Have also been so sleepy. Yo. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's this. And then just get ready for it because now Mars and Venus are going to pop back up into Aries. So it's a lot like it's like, Aries, rise up. I like that. Exactly. Creative. I'm not remembering my dreams right now. I usually remember them at least enough to write them down. No, I mean, I'm telling you right now, and if it's any help, creative, I've been getting messages when I'm doing some like work, dream space work. There are guides that are just like, you're not bringing that back here. There's some karmic stuff going down in the dream space right now. And the thing with karmic dreams is guides often don't let certain dreams come through if they don't think they're going to be productive. It's like a need to know basis. Like, nope, that's not helpful. That's not going to help you out. That's just going to trigger you, you know? Yes, Autumn, they are intense, but I'm able to transmute any negative emotions like a cloud passing. That's an absolutely beautiful way of describing that, Autumn. I appreciate that. And thank you for the jester cat, Heather. I love that little jester cat. Autumn, I'm a Libra with a Pisces moon. This is going to be like, yeah, thank you for confirming the Libra energy. I was picking up on you. It's gonna be intense, but that's why you're already doing the right work, like building into that, just finding the ability, like working to self-regulate right now. It's like if you're just we're focusing on that, congratulations, right? Because and that and like like it's and we got to work through like there's something about it too, like the energy right now. It's a little high strung. Is the best way I can describe it. Hi, Yaz. How are you doing? Yes, sleep is so weird. I know it's weird right now, right? This mix of yeah, the restlessness and drowsiness. It's a yo-yo between Pisces and Aries. You wake up exhausted, but then you're not sleeping as deeply as you would expect to. It's gross. It's so it is not quality sleep right now. I'm remembering my dreams, and they're very vivid and colorful right now. Well, V, it wasn't like, you know, it's interesting too because there's something else that I'm seeing that's happening here. We were talking a little bit about this. I feel like the dreams that are coming through are very heavily coded to a certain extent in relationality to like working through like heavy like symbology or working through heavy messages. We were even talking to someone yesterday that was articulating and saying that they were dreaming in black and white, which is wild to me. My dreams are nuts right now. I wake up like, what? Yeah, you see, I'm jealous right now. My dreams have been like, I've been like hit a blockage right now. I get within a couple of degrees of my Venus return on Saturday. So, woo. Well, and that's wild, Heather, because we've also got Venus stationing direct. So just prepare for a lot of emotion, like prepare for a lot of emotional downloads. Make sure you're grounding through that. You put your dream on Discord. Excellent, Bridget. We still got I assume you're getting on the list for today. You still had that reading from yesterday? Haley, the only dreams I remember have people in them that I haven't seen in years. My ex from 2023. So a lot of karmic dreams right now, as I mentioned. Yeah. I keep on getting like the message I'm getting, there's a lot of beef going on. There's a lot of beef going on right now in the dream space. It's like, I've got to talk to you about something. you know, I just keep on hearing like, and I feel like a little bit about that, like when I look into it, like it is like some of the reasons some of us aren't remembering it is because it's like that scene from Rick and Morty where they're trying to go to the courthouse and being like, you'll be at the courthouse. And like Morty's like, you're like, I'm not doing that. We've got this collective. We do, Autumn. Alexandria, the intensity leading up to this full moon is stronger than the eclipse for me. I'm not surprised because that like, it's, I'm telling you, because remember what I mentioned, Alexandra, it is Mercury waking up behind Neptune, right? Waking up to something in the past that you couldn't see before. That can be intense. That can be intense. Like, it's going to be more intense. It's going to be, the reason I don't want to say it's not that it's more intense, it's more affirming. The eclipse energy was confusing. This is going to be affirming. That's why it's going to feel intense. I'm so glad to hear you're doing well, Liaz. I'm doing great. Because you guys helped me through this. We help each other through this. Like this is what we do, you know. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Sam. Hold on a minute. Hi there. Welcome, Carmen. Hold on a minute. Addie, I'm in my bubble tending to a new olive plant from Trader Joe's. They sell olive plants? That's awesome. Ooh, I got to check that out. I want an olive plant. I don't know where I put it. Recently, I was waiting for something to work itself out. The last 2 weeks were rough. Continue. Again, don't get frustrated right now, Sam. It's a lot of chariot energy, like working through consistency. Like don't lash out, lock in right now. Sending you support on that journey. Last night, my dreams were insane. I saw my little brother who passed in 2009. Oh my goodness, that is intense. I hope it was a productive and restorative dream. I will point out for those who are joining us, we also do dream interpretations here. If you would like to have a dream interpreted, I would encourage you to, instead of trying to put it in the comments, when you send the donation, you please put it in the donation area. Or if you're on our Discord, if you're a subscriber on our Discord, you can just post it in the dream interpretation section. You can do the same if you have a past life regression that you'd like, or past life information you'd like to share with me if we're doing past life readings. Rainbow, my Libra placements are node third house. Hold on a minute. Node third house in Virgo. And first in 1C, fourth house. Here's the thing. Libra in Virgo is can be really, really challenging because it's working. It's having, like I told you, it's having to try to heal a wound of perfection or trying to like work through the need or the feeling of things having to be perfect. Right. I remember 5 different long dreams from yesterday, and a lot of it felt karmic, but also empowering. Well, as I mentioned, the thing about some of this beef that I'm seeing is like, that's why I keep on seeing that it's not like when you look back on the past and you see something that affirm that's very much the vibe that we're having right now, because again, Mercury's waking up behind Neptune, waking up to something that you couldn't see before in a new way. right? It's frustrating, but you know what I mean? Like a lot of frustration potentially being released right now. A lot of frustration. Yes, please. Thank you, Bridget. I'm so jealous of you guys who are able to recall all of your dreams to this capacity. I think it's my triple fire sign. Like things just I always like point out it feels like things burn up upon reentry. Dream beef. Yes, it is. It's dream beef. It's not kitten meat though. We had kitten meat yesterday. We had kitten meat in the dreams last night. Yesterday. He was giving me reassurance and we hugged. That's absolutely beautiful, Sam. That is so beautiful. I'm so happy that you had a dream like that. I mean, I think there's nothing more beautiful than when those who crossed over send messages to us that they're okay. It's definitely a karmic dream. Yep. Thank you, Bridget. I'm happy to read for you on it. You're getting on the list, right? I'm going to add you to the list of the first person today. All right. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you'll be the second person read for. Whoop, hold on. Oh my God, the kitties. I know. It was wild. Um, yes, two of my most recent dreams were of a friend who I'm no longer friends with. We're seeing a lot, like we're seeing a lot of that right now. Like there's just it's been coming through in there's been like and again, even just doing in dream interpretations here, there's been working through a lot of karma in the dream space. um wow, that's so beautiful. He was definitely communicating with you through the dream world. Absolutely. Yes, it was wonderful. Things have been crazy and finally is calming down. I'm really glad to hear that you were getting that kind of energetic support in the dream space. Jacob, I'm better today than the last 3 days. I'm so glad to hear that. I'm sending you continual support on your healing journey. Rainbow, so Libra energy for me, difficult family energy plus area I'm trying to improve for soul journey. Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of the work, like working through this right now, as I spill, hold on, perfect example. I think I love when I have these moments where the thing I'm about to say is articulated by what's happening. Um, it's not, it's not about articulate. I feel like a lot of the work we have to work through right now, Heather, is it's not about pointing out what's wrong. It's about identifying what could be done to make something better, right? Like I keep on saying, like a perfect example of that is me like spilling my drink. Like if someone spills a drink, be like, look what you don't say, look what you've done. You say, here, let me get you something to help you with that. Right. So it feels like there's a lot of that space in terms of not being triggered by another person, like being problem focused, but trying to be solution oriented, if that makes sense. Oh, there we go. Hold on a minute. That's better. Okay. You see? And now we fixed it. I'm so happy for you. You should definitely get a reading on the dream if you feel called. I mean, that reading, obviously that reading feels very, very clear. But I mean, I'm always happy to read for any dream anyone would like to have an interpretation on. My Lilith in Virgo and Chiron in Libra felt that. Yeah, those like Lilith in Virgo, man, that's wild. You know? Because Lilith in Virgo is like, you can never touch me again. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's like, Lilith in Virgo is sharp. It is sharp, you know? That is a sharp Lilith. The Chiron in Libra is like beautiful, though, right? No hard feelings. North Node and then North Node in third house. Yeah, and that like that's it's working towards aspiration. I love when they visit us. I do too. Oh my God, the kitties. That dream was so great. I was that dream was incredible. I was very appreciative of I'm also very deeply appreciative that Nikki explained themselves because God, that would have vexed me. That would have vexed all of us. Is abundance available? Abundance is always available, Robbie. Right? We have to we abundance is what we make, right? We continue to work towards that. Me too. I need it. I mean, it's beautiful. It feels like they came to you because they knew you did, Sam. All right. She's definitely trying to communicate with me telepathically. We're not talking about kitten meat, are we? Yes, we are. We are. I was bringing up that there's a lot of beef that's happening right now in the dream space, which immediately led us to kitten meat. So good for those who have no idea what we're talking about. Nikki had a dream interpretation reading that kind of like we insisted that she do so because she brought up the fact that there was kitten meat in one of her dreams, and we interpreted the dream. We got to the bottom of the kitten meat, but it was very confusing for a few minutes. Just a little, yes. Same thing happened to me yesterday. My brother wasn't mindful. Virgo sun with Virgo. You're a Virgo and sun in Virgo. Are they a Virgo or are you a Virgo? You know, it was a two Virgo, like Virgo versus Virgo can be like really difficult. I will if there's a Virgo fight, I am leaving. I am fleeing. I am fleeing. I will flee before I have to stay present for two Virgos fighting. I will leave. I will go as far away as possible. I will find a bunker. I've tried to find some ways to find good moments with family, which includes strong boundaries. I mean, and that's important work. I continue to do that work, Heather. Yesterday was sibling day and had some nice messages with sister and brother. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm so glad to hear that. Kitten beef, yes. Thank you so much. You're so welcome, Jacob. And thank you, Bridget. I'm doing something. Virgo sun here. Watch out. Oh, I mean, I love. Here's the thing. I love Virgo energy, right? But you like, and this is the thing about it. We talk a lot about this. Virgos. It's hard when Virgos arrive because there's so much work in terms of again talking towards perfection. That's part of the reason that this eclipse was so hard, because in the midst of everything going wrong, we had a Virgo lunar eclipse, which was like everything must be perfect. But and that's why and I often a lot of that work that we see in chariot energy, I often feel is very connected to Virgo as well. Because Virgos when on the pathwork of healing understand that perfection isn't found, it's created, right? And that ability of doing so, right? That's I love it because Virgos are perfect makers, right? But how does a Virgo become a perfect maker? They have to first heal the wound of perfection, right? The compassion that the Virgo give themselves allow the Virgo to be able to create perfect. Kitten beef, I love it. Virgos are very specific. No, they're beautiful. Like they just no, they've got they've got perfect pitch. You know, like they've got perfect energetic pitch. But that's the thing. Like that attunement is such that they have to work through it so that it doesn't feel like everything around them is constantly in shambles. Grand Rising, Kristen, good to see you. Sam, oh my God, I didn't know it was sibling day yesterday. How funny. There you go. I didn't realize that either. That's even more beautiful, the fact that that's when the dream came in. Thank you for letting us know that. And Addie, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Am I the wisest sibling? I may have a lot of Pisces and Sag energy. We all have strengths. I mean, it sounds to me that you're the most emotionally, and it sounds to me like you're probably the most emotionally intelligent with Pisces and Sag. Sister is strong Virgo, Libra, Gemini. But that's the thing. You with Pisces and Sag, them with Virgo, Libra, Gemini, it's going to be like oil and water, right? Like they're going to feel very straight laced to you, and they're going to be mortified by you constantly for sharing. Yes. Yes, 100%. Thank you, V. Alexandra, Virgo making a mistake and their mind being like, okay, let's talk about it. Oh boy. Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, that's the thing about it. Like, I like to point out, and that's what's difficult, which is like often when you see Virgos, that's why it's healthy when they start giving themselves compassion, because everything that they do to, like at Virgos, what do they say to the world? Everything I do to you, I do to me first, right? Like Virgos are like, it's not the fact that they're demanding, it's that they hold themselves to an incredibly high standard. But that's why when the Virgos able to start giving themselves compassion, it extends to all of them or those around them, because that's the song of the Virgo. Everything I do to you, I do to me first. So when you start bringing compassion in, then you start being able to, again, not look for perfect, try to make perfect. Brother is strong, Taurus, Scorpio. That's a heck of a combo. That's a heck of a combo. Taurus, Scorpio, man. That is a doozy of a combo. And Aquarius moon. Yeah, and both of my parents, that's a lot of Aquarian energy. A lot of a lot of dreamers there. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a lot of inventors in the family, or family like or energy is creating something. Sam, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I love an Aquarius moon. Aquarius moons have exquisite taste. Aquarius moons have the most exquisite taste. Like, it's just, they're going to like something weird and they're going to know everything about that weird thing, and they're going to teach you. They're going to want to info dump on you on that weird thing, and they're going to be judging you on the fact on the fact that you're not into their weird thing. You know, like Aquarius moon to me is like vine. I no, I only listen to my music on vinyl. I only listened to my music on vinyl from between the 1922 to 1948, because after that it just everything just went downhill. Like, that to me is an Aquarius moon. Like, hold on a minute. Grand Rising, and like, how many people say beef rare still? Like, how people say beef rare still mooing. I'm done. I do that actually. I am like, I tell people just walk it by the oven. Hi there, Ella. Thank you, V. Rainbow. I also have Leo rising plus some Aries and Cap moon, lava energy. That is lava energy. I like the description of that. It really is. I like that. Our entire family, our entire family with cousins is super creative. Everyone has some creative talent. Yeah, it's all that Aquarius energy. Needs to go somewhere. Aquarius moon here. Hi there, Iris. I said kittens so rare, still meowing. I am so, again, I'm just really appreciative that you let us interpret the dream, because you can't just drop a bombshell like that about a dream and not let us read into it. Rainbow, my parents have a great vinyl collection. Brother is developing one. I told you, it's the Aquarius moon thing. You know, it's exquisite. It's exquisite taste. You know, I like, it's like they got an eye for fine things. Walk it by the oven. That's me. Aries talking right here, right there. High five with you, little vamp. Like, yeah, I'm like, um, yep. Aries with Libra rising and Aquarius moon. Oh, that's a great comment. Like, you're, listen, I like that, because the Libra and the Aquarius is helping keep the Aries in check. You know, like, that's a lot of I would be like, it also feels like it feels like reform energy, like doing something in the spaces of reform. I love it when it's still moving. I'm glad we got the rare club here. Makes for a fun time. I'm glad we got to the bottom of it. Me too. I'm glad too, because man, it would have vexed me. Hi there, Celeste. How are you doing today? Dang, I got a ton of Aquarius, but not the moon. I mean, Aquarius energy in any placement is beautiful. You know, I do really appreciate how parents introduced us to a wide variety of music and taught us music. It's a gift. Haley, a Scorpio sun, Aries moon, Pisces rising. That's that. I mean, deep thinker right there. That's what I see there. And I would see someone that, like, your feelings, your feelings are your business until you feel like you can trust someone with your feelings, right? Like, that's a lot of energy. That's like, when you open up to someone, you tell them how you really feel, right? I need to be kept in check. I get it, Sam. Libra sun, Aquarius moon, Scorpio rising. Yeah, but that's like that is like Libra sun, Aquarius moon is just like, that says to me, like, that is like that's just like, you're very good at vibing, you know? Like, you're just like, what do you want to talk about? Like, there's a lot of inquisitiveness there. I am, Darren. Hi there, Celeste. Little, I think that's my problem. Aries rising, Cancer moon, Aries sun. I mean, I don't think it's just a lot of Aries air energy. And listen, I love Aries energy. But the thing is, like, the thing with those with like the burden of having Aries placements is you can't walk away from things, you know? Like, like especially when you've got double Aries placements, you're protective, you know? Like you're not you're gonna feel that need, like I can see like you're probably, you know, you have to correct you feel like you're like, I have to correct you for the sake of the world. You can't, like, you're fine until you meet someone that's acting in an incorrect way, right? Because I just see you being like, because I just feel like with that kind of energy, little, you look at someone and go, what do you like? You understand, like you understand um, the dream of exceptionalism that could require another person to be rude to another person. You know, like that's the thing about it. Like you probably have a very hard time letting things go because you're like you can understand. Like you're like I can just see you're like it's not a small thing, right? Because you can understand, like you understand what it like you understand um what it infers is what I keep on seeing. I'm a social worker and a generational trauma breaker. Thank you. I told you all that reform energy. Thank you as well. That's beautiful. Celeste. Hi there, dear. How are you doing? What's Aries going to be like for this month? It's going to be hard. I mean, I don't think it's going to be hard. I mean, um, the thing about it, I'm going to tell you right now, for Aries right now, not letting yourself get triggered. Yeah, I'm going to tell, like, and that's been like, and listen, if me saying that triggers you, like, yeah, it's like that. And again, it's not like working through the space, like not feeling like you need to teach lessons, be the energetic lesson, you know, because I keep on seeing like a lot of work right now around Aries in relationality to um like working through provocation, but channeling it into something that feels like it is positive. What's this rising? I'm Capricorn. Capricorn rising, is that what you're saying, Darren? I'm Aries and I find myself trapped. I don't want you to feel trapped, Celeste, right? If you're feeling energetically trapped, I want you to remember anything that you've moved into, you can also get out of, right? Honor how you feel and build that plan so that you don't feel like that. I clash with Scorpio. I mean, in general, you have a hard time. I mean, you're saying you're a Capricorn who clashes with Scorpios typically. I mean, I can understand why. If you're saying that the Capricorn's your sun sign, because um, the thing is, it's not that Capricorn and Scorpio can't get along, but it requires Capricorn and Scorpio to be in a place of really being healed to recognize when they're triggering each other. Yes, thank you for confirmation, Celeste. And Addie, thank you for those gifts. Yep, I feel that. I get you, little. So protective. Always been my calling. Used to be Leo before social worker. Understood. And oldest parented kid. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. That's true. It happens. Parentified. No, I understood what you meant. Hold on a minute. How to break trauma. Happy to read for you on that, Celeste, if you'd like to get on the list. We do a lot of conversations about that here. And Rostin, thank you for the follow. That's beautiful, Darren. I'm being parentified. Being a parentified kid is so tricky. It is because it's usually something that you don't desire to do. You have to do. Going through a 25-year twin flame separation. I'm not a big fan of that word here, Darren, but I'm sending you support on that journey. Celeste, thank you as well for confirmation. That's why I go to the forest. That's beautiful. Good place to clear your head. I don't understand what rising is. Rising is your ascendant sign. So your sun sign is typically the demeanor that you give to the world. The rising is how you actually get stuff done. And the moon is often like who you truly are on the inside. Aries, but Pisces rising and Leo moon. Yeah. So, I mean, Aries with a Pisces rising can be tricky because it's hard to be like you probably get emotionally moved easily and trying to keep the emotions in check. But like the Leo moon helps with that because the Leo moon is going to try to move you into a space of being dignified. I just know I'm a Capricorn in general. So that's your Capricorn sun. Is what I'm assuming, Darren. Let yourself feel the pain. Don't run away from it. Therapy, nature, spirituality. Beautifully said, Sam. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. Always appreciate that. What should Libras be aware of this month? Libras need to be really aware this month, especially like I don't want any Libras acting like you're Batman. Okay, like I talk about. Okay, you know, remember that balance, like don't teach lessons, be the energetic lesson, right? Identify and articulate what needs to be brought to a situation to be balanced. Don't create like void reckonings. Okay. Like avoid reckonings. And that, like, because and I'm going to tell you, it has a little bit to do with like it has a little bit to do with like observing and seeing something in the past in a way that you couldn't before, right? So just I feel like a lot of working on that right now is important. Hi there, crazy. I like your name, Crazy Aquarius. I'm an Aquarius, and life seems so crazy. I mean, it's your name. It's your name. I've never felt so lost without purpose. Retrograde over. Listen, this is incubation energy right now. I want you to be setting your intention. I want you to be building that plan for yourself. I want you to be focusing and remembering that the best part has yet to begin for yourself, right? Don't get I don't want you getting like I know it's hard right now for Aquarius placements. I've been telling you guys it's hard right now for Aquarius placements and hard for Libra placements because things don't look ideal. Remember, ideal does not exist. Ideal is what we make of less than ideal circumstances. So I want you focusing on making ideal right now. You're so welcome, Darren. All right. Okay. You have to take a look at your whole chart. Exactly. There are sites you can go to do that too. Astro Cafe is a good one. Leo, as in, oh, Leo is in law enforcement. I was so confused by that, Sam. I was like, what? I was like, you used to be a Leo. I was like, what? I didn't make it. I got confused. Thank you for clarifying. I was like, I used to be a Leo. It's like working it out. I'm being attacked by everyone. Listen, I don't want you, and I got to tell you right now, Darren, the thing that we're going through, especially coming out of this Mercury retrograde with the Venus retrograde, it's really easy to take things personal right now. Don't be taking things personal. Don't take things personal during Venus in retrograde, right? Not like just don't be triggered by it. Just allow it to inform you, allow yourself to move forward because everything that we're seeing to a certain extent, like it felt very intensified, particularly during that eclipse cycle. But sending you so much support on that journey. Yes, learning to be your own mom and nurturer as an adult is fun, isn't it though? Libra sun, Scorpio moon, and Scorpio rising, double Scorpio. I love it. I'm a big fan. Like, here's the thing. I love Scorpio energy. So long as you're on a healing trajectory. The thing is, Scorpio's great if their secret life becomes their life, right? Never is a Scorpio, like that's the journey of a Scorpio, which is like the ability to allow the secret life to become the real life is like how you heal. So I love Scorpios because their desire for intrigue is always, like it's always it's beautiful to observe, and it's even better to see as it heals. You know, you're so welcome, Ella. How do you pay for a trauma reading? Celeste, if you'd like to get on the list, dear, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more. Please, if you're a subscriber, but you're not a subscriber right now, so it'll be 3 for 28. Also, for anyone else who would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the second person read for. If you're interested in getting on the list for a reading, we do dream interpretation, pet reading, spirit guide, animal spirit guide readings, past life readings, mediumship, highest party messages from spirit, angelic guidance. Did I miss anything? Love readings, obviously. The only things I won't read for here are pregnancy and medical. All right. And thank you, Crazy, for the follow. You're welcome, dear. What about Sagittarius this month? Hold on a moment, just reading over some of the comments. You're welcome, Ella. May I ask why twin flame separation's an issue, please? I don't like to romanticize the term by calling it twin flame. I often, every time, whenever I energetically read for it, it's an unhealed karmic relationship, and so I don't like this idea of romanticizing them, and I feel like the terminology, to a certain extent, does do so. I like to instead kind of focus upon why it's an unhealed karmic connection, to be able to recognize and identify and be able to help heal further from it. Now, do I feel like there's something akin to a twin flame? Yes, but I stray away from that term because I feel that it romanticizes something that often when I read for is not a healthy connection. I hope that helps. Yep, thank you for clarifying as well, Haley. And Sweeney, as a Libra moon and rising, definitely won't save Gotham. My joke, Sweeney, is that Batman's a Libra. Batman's an unhealed Libra. So again, I think you can usually tell how far a Libra has progressed on their journey in relationality to how much they assume that they're acting like Batman. Can I have a reading? Yeah, anytime if you want to get on the list right now, Celeste. So the way we're going to do it here is we're going to get started in just a few minutes on the daily collective, and then once we complete the daily collective, we're going to move into personal. So if you get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for, and the first person on the list today will always have an additional card in their reading. Sag this month, Miss Blue. It's the thing with Sag this month is I feel like it's actually more like Sag being in a space of um like FAFO. Like there's a little bit of this energy. Like I actually feel like this might be a bit easier for Sagittarius placements right now, because Sagittarius placements, it's not it's it's like the thing that with Sagittarians that is hilarious, like which always like cracks me up, is that Sagittarians, like they're not afraid of heavy energy. You know what I mean? Like it's like it's very similar. I want to say to a certain extent, it is kind of similar to what we're seeing with Aries, but for Sagittarians, it's like not allowing, like having to be sensitive to another's feelings without being sarcastic. And if you're a Sagittarian, like I think you know what I mean. Like you know what I mean? Like just because you can make jokes out of things doesn't mean you should, if that makes sense. It's like it's working on that. It's like having like it's working in that context, like working on empathy is what I'm seeing. All right, Haley, I think it's just a term that is overused and tends to have a negative connotation. I don't like it because I see people who are like, I wish I had one. And I'm like, but at work, like, or like feeling like I feel like it's a misconception that almost puts too much, it puts too much, it romanticizes it instead of concentrates on healing or recovering from it, if that makes sense. You're so welcome, Crazy. Thank you, Sam. I do my best. All right. And thank you, Crazy, for the follow. Good grief. I'm an Aquarius sun and Libra rising. Yeah, this is going to be, I feel like this is going to be an intense full moon for you, Marisol. Like a lot of like honoring the emotions, but appreciating the journey. Yeah, you've had a heck of a rebirth, Sam. That's a wild journey. Sending you so much support on it. Same as soulmates. I mean, to a certain extent, you know? Yes, I wish I knew how to find my moon sign ascendant. All you need to do, so Darren, there's a bunch of different places you can go online. You can always go to an astrologer. An astrologer can pull your full chart. But what you need to be able to find all of your signs, and I can always refer astrologers if you are looking for one. You need to know the time you were born, the date you were born, and the location you were born. And if you wanted to pull it for yourself, there are places online that you can do so for free. For instance, Cafe Astrology. Ella, I've written down what you said. Don't take things personally. Simply take note. Absolutely, right now, Ella. Especially until we get out of this Venus retrograde, which ends tomorrow. Parents asking you to be a role model for siblings and help them with house at 3 is tricky. Yeah, it's incredibly tricky. That's way too much. That's way too much responsibility for a child of that age. Personally, all right. And Celeste, if you head over to my profile in the tree that has Binks in it, you'll see the links to be able to donate. I'll put it in the comments as well. Oh my God, the urge to make a joke sometimes that I know is unwise but is funny. Yeah, it's an issue with Sages. Like Sages want to make a joke out of everything. Like Sages are like, what's the point if it's not funny? Like, like, oh no, the sarcasm. But that's the thing, like often there's a lot of like those with Sag placements, Scorpios do it too. Like the sarcasm that's a coping mechanism. I know the Venus retrograde's ending tomorrow. I could not be, we were all very happy about it. All right. I don't know if the payment will work. It's okay. I'll also let you know, Celeste, if you're having issue with that, you can also get on the list with the gift of a baby dragon. People do not appreciate enough the dark, sarcastic humor of a Capricorn. Well, Capricorns are not sarcastic, they're sardonic, in my experience. Like it's not sarcasm, it's sardonic, right? It's very, it's great. You have to have an ear for it, because sometimes that's the thing with Capricorns. They'll make jokes that just fly over everyone's head out the window because they're so sardonic that others don't even recognize they're making a joke. It's a beautiful day, Per. I hope you're having a great one. And thank you for those gifts, Bridget. My friends, we are going to get started on the collective read in the next few minutes. I want to give you guys a couple of updates before we do so. First and foremost, if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You'll be the second person read for today. The first person on the list for today will always have an additional card in their reading. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Thank you for confirming you got on the list, Little, and you will also have an additional card in your reading. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. Also, I want to let you guys know we are continuing in tarot class next week. If our next tarot class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hanged Man. If you would like to become a part of our tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. Also, as a monthly subscriber to the Substack, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library. It's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best to give you guys an update on everything we've studied thus far prior to beginning the class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. And also, If you also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we are learning or have currently learned. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also have access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library. That's over access to over 12 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as a seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And if you are a subscriber on here on the Clock app, all you need to do is head over to our subscriber only Discord channel and you will find in the perk section a special coupon code that will give you an even deeper discount to that Substack subscription. Sam, thank you for subscribing. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings and services. I also post my weekly newsletter there that'll let you know about my in-person events and my live schedule. I also post my Mystic Meditations articles there, which will give you a recap on what we've been experiencing in the readings that we do each day. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase those on an individual level or as a series. I would suggest that if you purchase the series of dream interpretations, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on our daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. We're also doing 2 contests right now. The first contest is we will be doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're aiming to win that. We are also going to be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen, share the love, and we'll get to 50K in no time, and we'll have that drawing. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages the app to push this reading out to more people. So I appreciate and thank you for helping us spread the live. That said, I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those updates. Also, if you're joining us across any of the other platforms and would like to get on the list, all you need to do is head over to my tree that has links in it in my bio, and you can get on the list from there, and you can also be included in having a reading. For those who are interested, we do dream interpretation readings here. We do angelic guidance readings. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do mediumship. We do pet readings. We do animal spirit guide readings. We do dream interpretation. If you're going to have a dream interpretation or a past life reading, I would encourage you, when you send the payment, that you put the information about it in the notes. Or if you are a subscriber to our or if you're a subscriber, head over to our subscriber only Discord channel. You can put them in the designated channels, and I can read for them there when we have your reading. If you'd like to get on the list for today, you'll be the 3rd person read for. Thank you, Tina, for the compliment. Very kind of you. I got you, little vamp. You're on the list, dear. Tomorrow's your last day with the puppy. Oh, baby. Well, I'm sure Hazel will be very glad to have you back. Oh, man. I hope you're having a beautiful day, Per. Good to see you today. Grand Rising, Lay. Good to see you as well. And thank you, Sam, again for subscribing. Susie, thank you for getting on the list. You will be the 3rd person read for today. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 4th person read for. Thank you for those hearts. Welcome, Tina. Thank you for the follow, and thank you for the gifts. And that said, as I mentioned, we're going to get started on today's daily collective read. It cost you over 28 New Zealand. Again, I apologize if there's an issue in relationality to any kind of switching over. Okay, did you send the donation, dear? If so, can you confirm where you sent it so I can confirm I've got you on the list before we get started? I'm dog sitting for another dog next week, not puppy though. You're just working the dog circuit. You're just working the dog circuit. I love it. So before we get started, Celeste, can you just confirm you sent where you sent the donation if you did, so I can just make sure to add you on the list before we get started? And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the fourth person read for. I mean, again, it's so anything that you do when you send it over, it should transfer over through the methods that are stated there. Yep, no problem, Susie. I've got you, dear. You're on the list as well. Thank you. All right. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Oh, I'm sure you're relieved. I will ask as I'm waiting for Celeste to confirm. Elisa, do you notice like a drop during the Venus retrograde? Like, does that actually impact you? I'd be really curious about that. And that's why I feel bad. Like I keep on, that's why you always point out, it's not like, I feel like we have to like recalibrate this and help others understand. It's not like the Venus retrograde makes everyone forget how to like use scissors. Everybody's distortion of what looks pretty changes. It's not the beauties issue. It's the selves issue. Less of a drop and people more critical of themselves. Thank you for confirming. That's what I was expecting. Good to know. You see, it's really interesting to see it from the perspective of someone who has to deal on the other side of it. All right. Thank you for that interesting point. They aren't as excited. Yeah, like they're too critical because they can't see beauty. That's fascinating. All right. Good to know. Thank you for confirmation on that, though. That is intriguing. See, we all come here. We all learn new things. All right. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, April 11th, 2025. Can I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread for today? First two cards. We are starting our day off with today. I love it. We've got here the Lovers and the Page of Cups in its upright. So here's the thing about the energy right now. One of the things that we're seeing that is happening is, and I want to walk you through why I keep on describing this period right now as Chariot energy, because a lot of the work that's happening right now is in the space, and I'm not surprised to see this. We've been talking a lot about this. We have had basically a bit of a yo-yo effect that occurred from the space of the retrograde, the eclipse that we came out of, and now like Mercury, like going direct. But there's something really important about the position of where Mercury is going direct. Now, I'm just going to describe to you what we've been seeing that has been occurring throughout that eclipse that we just came out of versus where we are now. So when we first entered the eclipse cycle, we had Mercury and Venus that were hanging out in Aries. And then what's actually happened, like the important thing that happened during during this eclipse, that feels like, I keep on describing this as like a bit of a yo-yo right now, is that Mercury and Venus pulled out of Aries back into Pisces, while at the same time, Neptune pushes up into Aries. Okay. Now this is important. Why is this important? Because we talk a lot about here, the space of Neptune is such that Neptune is the memory bank, right? This is why we articulate it as the ocean. It's often the energy that's related to stored memory, right? The things that we hold, the depth and the capacity that we experience. Now, Mercury and like Neptune is exalted in Pisces, right? Because again, the emotions are deep. But what happens is with Neptune moving into Aries, what are a lot of at the same time that Gemini is in the Jupiter's in Gemini, is a lot of conversations around the space, the difference between depth, like the quantity of something that you feel, versus direction, right? The intensification of how we feel versus the direction. And that's what we see, like a lot of these lessons that we've been working through right now, like the messages coming through from Neptune is don't confuse depth for direction, right? Direction is direction. Having a lot of feelings about something isn't direction, right? Talking about the magnitude of something isn't direction. One of the things that we recognize is the thing that is like direction is direction. They're not to be confused. Now, if these are situations and circumstances where, and this is why it's really important right now, at the same time that we're experiencing this, Mercury is like, I like to describe it as the engine, right? It's the energy of innovation. It's the energy that's like, it's the ignition switch. It's a lot of that rapidity. It's a lot of that fastness. Now, what we basically had, and this is why I was describing this before as like a bit of a K turn, because what we had basically happening is in that space that that we saw Mercury moving behind Neptune, right? With Venus pulling back as well. There's a lot of this energy that we see that may be a lot based upon and built upon contemplation in relationality to the things that we care about. And what's interesting about it is that the fact that Mercury is behind Neptune has to do, and again, we've got basically over the last few days, Mercury has woken up, if you will, out of retrograde. And what is Mercury seeing when they wake up? They're behind Neptune. So the ability to see something from the past with a perspective that you could not like see it before. This is why there may be, even in some of the energetic connections that are forming at this time, like a lot of releasing of frustration because, and this is the most important thing, the reason that we see so many of these moments right now that feel like chariot lessons is there's a lot of objectivity that's occurring right now in not being able to confuse how we feel versus how we think. How we feel versus how we think. Because again, when we are in a space of being able to, and we've been talking a lot about this, there's been a lot of lessons that have been coming through about true stoicism, right? True stoicism isn't just shutting off the emotions. That's not stoicism. That's not stoicism. That's easy. True stoicism isn't about shutting off the emotions. It's not about going numb. It's about honoring the emotions, of understanding the enormity of what we carry, but not letting it cloud our judgment, right? So I'm seeing that for a lot of the energy right now across all of the frequencies, this is having the most volatility right now for energy and separation. And I'm going to tell you right now, the partnerships that are coming together at this time, last cycle, they were warrior partnerships. This cycle, they're chariot partnerships, because these are a lot of energies right now that are recognizing. And the reason I keep on getting the fact that they're chariot is because they're aspirational relationships. They're not inspirational relationships. What is the difference between aspirational and inspirational relationships? Center card, we've got here the moon, right? And I'm not surprised to see that either, because the moon, like inspirational relationships are often demarcated by relationships that feel like there's no consistency, right? Someone that only reaches out to us when the mood strikes, when we feel the energetic inclination. Healthy partnership is such that we don't do things just because we feel inclined to do them, right? We aspire for something. We hold an energetic standard. And the ability to arrive at a standard, it's not conditional upon whether we feel like it or not, right? And this is why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this work that is occurring right now for a lot of the energy building into the context of new relationships here. Because, and I keep on seeing, there are relationship jitters that are occurring. Like all of this, I'm going to tell you right now, all of this energy that we just experienced coming out of the eclipse cycle, like going through the eclipse cycle, relationship jitters, worrying about the perception of the self, being overly concentrated on the self, being conscientious, right? Working in that space of allowing for that context of identifying and recognizing, working through, stumbling upwards. There's a lot of energy building into new connection right now, being able to tell the difference between someone that reaches out because they're aspirational, right? Someone that is reaching out in the context or trying to build into a way of identifying and doing something better versus those. And in the moment, and what happens in the moment that we build into the context of seeing someone aspiring in relationship, it immediately allows the context by which we can identify someone that was more an inspirational aspect, right? It's like the moment we see that, it's like the clarity that comes from the past via the connection in the present. And that's why I keep on seeing, even here, there may be a lot of these new relationships where there's a lot of airing of grievances. There's a lot of airing, there's a lot of speaking towards frustration, right? Getting it out, right? Like just like, but here's why I got to tell you now, because when one is in an inspirational relationship, you often don't have the ability to express yourself, because if another person is only coming towards you to be inspired, and then again, you come into a place of authenticity, and the energy goes, well, that's not very inspirational of you, and they go away, then often it's that moment. And this is why I keep on seeing that we get really mad because we look at relationships that required us to feel like we had to be performative within them, right? Not necessarily being able to be our authentic self, but feeling like we have to serve the purpose or the role of a counterpart that only comes to us because they want to see or find beauty within us. And that's why I keep on seeing the authenticity that's happening right now in some of these relationships. The ability to, again, have the ability to get something off of the chest and not feel like someone who pulls away at that moment, but says, it's nice to see you in a space of being able to be in your authenticity, right? Like there's a lot of that energy here that feels like a relief or a release, because that's the energy that it feels the space of, even though they're starting something, there's room for them to be authentic within it, right? But at the same time, in the moment that they identify that, they may now look back and see what was occurring in the past that wasn't creating a space where which they could be able to be in their authenticity. While for masculine and feminine energy right now coming into divine union, can I please have two more cards to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Five of Cups in combination with our Wheel of Fortune in its reversal. This is catharsis. I just keep on seeing there's a little bit of this solemnity here. It almost feels like some energy right now that is coming into divine union, moving out of Scorpio into Virgo to a certain extent. I have to investigate why, but that sense or that space of, I keep on hearing, awakening is recognizing. That's what I keep on hearing that's happening right now for energy coming into divine union. And why is the energy saying awakening is recognizing? Because when we awaken to ourselves, often it's like, we talk about this here. Awakening isn't like, oh, it's like sometimes like, oh, it's those moments that we look back and we recognize something that we could not see before about the self. And that's why I keep on seeing that working through that space, consolation and confirmation, right? Consoling oneself for something that you could not see before, but then appreciating the fact that you see it itself is a confirmation that you're moving in the right direction. This is a lot of the energy right now, setting the intention as you move towards this Libra full moon, what those energetic standards are going forward. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, Deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing the same thing right now. A lot of this energy deep within divine union, working through the context of recognizing and identifying. I keep on seeing a gentle touch. Why is this energy going through a gentle touch right now? Because when you're going through a catharsis point, when you see something that you want to heal, right? When you're working on something, we give ourselves catharsis by identifying and recognizing and asking ourselves, is there something that we can do in a situation? But at the same time, we're energetically conscientious because we don't like to force things if something can't move in the direction that we aspire and desire it to. So I keep on seeing that there's a little bit of this energy right now coming into divine union or deep within divine union that is applying like gentle touch to frustrating situations, which is seeing if something has changed, seeing if something can be done about it, right? Giving giving that that I keep on saying like extending, I keep on hearing like extending the olive branch, but not like chopping down the full tree, because it's in that moment that you offer something somewhat to someone that feels, I keep on saying, like an energetic peace offering in relationality to making peace, right? But it's almost that state or that space that allows for that easement that is also, and I keep on seeing, highly courteous, because when we're highly courteous, we don't force healing on others. We articulate and identify the fact that there's something that we would like, but we are conscientious about how another person feels about it. So I keep on hearing there's a lot of energy right now deep within divine union, having conversations in relationality to courtesy, continuing to have clarification between our lover's card in combination with our page of cups in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our Six of Pentacles in its reversal. So one of the things that we're seeing right now that and I keep on identifying this is, and you'll recall that one of the things that we have to continue to work through, particularly as we navigate Venus and retrograde cycles, is the over concentration on the perception of the self, right? It's very typical when we're going through Venus retrograde cycles to feel like the optics of overly concentrating on how others perceive us or the perception of the self. But that's why we keep on seeing that being able to navigate that with a sense of compassion, right? Compassion for oneself, not being too hard on the self, being appreciative on how far one has come, to be able to build into that context of adaptability. You know, I keep on seeing that across all of the frequencies right now, there's a lot of that concentration that is focused upon and based upon being, I keep on seeing, not being easier on the self, but being gentler on the self. And why are we getting that sense about gentle? Because, and we've talked a little bit about this, we talk about, and these are why all of these messages that are coming through right now with Libra, the Libra full moon, have to do with balance. When we're energetically good with ourselves, when we feel energetically balanced, I need to stress this, it's not that we're perfect, right? Often, like, the way we become good with ourselves is by healing the desire to be perfect. But that doesn't mean that we don't strive to something that we aspire for, right? We've been talking a lot about, one of the things we talk a lot about here is working through the space of the ego and the higher self, right? And what do we see with the ego? The ego is the defense mechanism of the self. The ego is the part of us that rises up that wants to protect us. But when the ego is not in check, it rises up to such an extent that we can't see beyond it, right? We always articulate it here as like the buddy system, right? Like the buddy that wants to take care of you, like that friend that wants to take care of you. But when it becomes too great, it blocks our view. It blocks our ability to see anything. So a lot of the work that we do is not kind of trying to abandon the ego entirely, but working to check our ego, to identify what feels like it is restorational to us, what feels like it is something that empowers us, it feels like something that helps us forward. While at the same time, often in the striving towards reaching the higher self, it's easy to feel like you're failing in that journey. It always feels like it's energetically out of reach. But understanding that the nature of moving towards the higher self is one that is always aspirational, something that inspires us as we aspire towards it. This allows us not to be in the context of bludgeoning ourselves with it, not beating ourselves up because we're not perfect, but holding ourselves sacredly because we see what that is that we aspire for. And we give ourselves compassion as we journey to reach that destination. So I keep on seeing that one of the difficulty points that is being navigated right now, specifically and particularly as it relates to a lot of this work, is building upon, I'm not surprised to see this, balance, right? Working in the space, not over giving, right? Not over giving on things, but not under giving either. Like finding that proportionality. Now, that proportionality is why I keep on seeing a lot of this energy right now in separation. This is articulating the difference between the energy having breakdowns right now and breakthroughs. But the one advantage I will say for a lot of the energy moving into separation at this time is it feels like healed separation. It doesn't feel like it's a kind of separation that there's a question as to what's happening, because this is a lot of the energy I told you. And we were talking about this last month, Renaissance energy, finding the words to be able to explain the reasons why something isn't energetically working. While for a lot of the energy at the same time coming into divine union, the ability, this is energy coming towards one another with what? They're feeling safe in each other's embrace because they identify the ability to disassemble, the ability to explain and articulate why something from the past did not work. And that clarity, right? The clarity that we give each other, the clarity of intention, the clarity of direction, it allows for the context by which we can set our sights in terms of our goals. But that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of these partnerships that are forming right now, I keep on getting trepidation, not hesitation, moving towards one another carefully, being energetically mindful, while at the same time recognizing and seeing, working through modifications, adapting to one another, right? Being able, even feeling the relief and release of being able to articulate upon things that are frustrating one another quickly and easily, right? And not again feeling the relief when you're able to articulate something that is bothering and immediately meeting the vibration of someone that works to correct it, that helps us identify the difference between energy that is adaptable, that's building towards aspiration, versus energy that energy is healing from the past, that was more inspirational. And when we're again continuing to get clarification, Page of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Moon card in its upright, highest priority messages from Spirit. Yes, because when we're building into, and this is why I keep on hearing like there's energy right now healing from, I keep on getting like burst relationships. Why are these burst relationships? Because energy that is built upon inspiration often doesn't have any, it doesn't have any consistency in it, right? Because when someone is only moving towards us from the space of inspiration, it's often articulated by something that feels like confusing, because it's only coming when someone is feeling inspired to do so. It's only coming when someone is coming like into the space where they feel the emotionality, wherein they feel that sense or that space of being able to build towards. And this is why I keep on seeing that there's a little bit of this energy here in separation, navigating circumstances or situations wherein someone, either something emotionally or spiritually or physically from the past returned. But either again, the recognition between being able to see the difference between something from the past trying to like coming back in the same exact way that it left, right? The energy that like again works into the energetic burst where like it feels like it's sudden and then it draws away again. It almost feels like the ability to see the energetic pattern of an inconsistent relationship that is built more upon the proclivity of another's inspiration, right? The energy that often comes into a space of talking about or wishing for things instead of doing them is being predicated now by a lot of these new relationships that are happening, that are coming towards a space of helping another person see the difference between someone who is aspirational, who understands and recognizes the consistency that we work to create in partnership, and also shows the adaptability and the accommodations and the adjustments that we give one another to get there. But often, and this is why some of this energy coming into union right now is getting really upset because it's often in the moment that you receive that your eyes are suddenly clear in terms of where it was not. For energy moving into divine union right now, for a lot of the energy moving into divine union right now, this is the energy experiencing that from the perspective of the self. And this is why I keep on seeing that this is energy that is working through catharsis, because often when we see something about the self that we couldn't see before, it's hard not to get too hard on the self. But this is why the counterpart is helping in that space, because that is the counterpart that articulates to one another and says, the gift to be able to see something that you need to work upon, like that is the energetic gift, because it allows a context by which you can change, you can adapt, right? That is like the energy that is almost feeling the power of the higher self via the connection to counterpart, which is saying, what is the counterpart saying? Be gentle with yourself as you move towards the perfected self. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that a lot of this energy deep within divine union, not taking things personally, but being energetically productive, recognizing and identifying where the work is. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy, that ability of putting a modified amount of energy towards something, to recognize whether something can be healed or not. There's an adaptability point there, because specifically and particularly, I keep on hearing the olive branch, but not the tree. Because when we understand ourselves and we understand the nature of healing, we extend an olive branch, but we don't cut down the tree, because we don't go out of our way beyond the capacity that is being asked from another. We move something gently in accordance to it to see if another person is receptive. Continuing to get clarification between our moon card in combination with our 5 of Cups. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Tower card in its reversal. And I love to see the Tower card in its reversal here, because I told you there's a lot of this energy that we're recognizing and identifying that's working in the space of catharsis right now. If you've been feeling kind of dragged out right now, if you're feeling kind of energetically exhausted, there's a combination force that we're currently experiencing with it, which is the combination of one, what I like to call the eclipse doldrums, right? It's the feeling that we often get coming out of eclipse cycles. I always like to describe this is worse. This is often harder than just coming into the eclipses themselves, because at least when we go into eclipses, everybody's excited. They can feel that ramp up. But like I like to point out, like sometimes coming out of the eclipses can feel like, like it's like the lights come on in the rave. You know what I mean? Like it feels like it's not pretty. It feels heavy. It feels like it leaves you feeling like a little exhausted. But that's why I keep on seeing that ability of moving through this. I'm going to say this right now. If all you're doing, if you are working right now, if you're having to spend all of your energy just trying to build upon maintaining an even keel, congratulations, right? Because that's like often, and this is why we talk about the fact that you don't need to feel like don't have to feel called to work towards every astrological cycle, right? Like the ability to and that's why we often talk about the fact that like eclipses, the reason others describe eclipses as chaotic, I feel like chaotic's the wrong word for it. Eclipses are unpredictable because they just raise the volume knob on whatever it is that we're experiencing. And so this one I kept on describing, it's like the volume knob got raised at a very discordant note. So the ability to not let oneself get like I keep on seeing working in that context of not letting oneself get too keyed up or not taking something too personally. Like the ability to self-regulate, like this was a lot of the work that we were kind of faced with as we navigated through this eclipse cycle. So if you've been self-regulating, I want you to congratulations, because anything above that right now is kind of extra credit. Continuing to get clarification between our 5 of Cups in combination with our Wheel of Fortune in its reversal, may I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now. Like, and I know it's easier said than done right now. Because again, what's happening at the same time as we were experiencing this intensification of energy that we just came out of with the eclipse, the combination of the Venus retrograde, which makes us over concentrate on the self, with the Mercury retrograde, which means things are breaking down. So having things happening and feeling like they're very directed towards us, right? Like a lot of this, like a lot of this, like a lot of working through this space is working through being like, like having to work through that space where it felt very directed to the self. But that's why, again, regardless as to whether it is or not, we've been talking a lot about the fact that when we work through these cycles, all of these things are gifts, right? Like it's really like we're not being punished with these things. Mercury retrograde, I know it feels like everything breaks during Mercury retrograde, but Mercury retrogrades are here to help us recognize the difference between a groove and a rut. Sometimes I'm telling you right now, I challenge you for everything that breaks down during Mercury retrograde. I bet you can tell me how many times you've innovated, how many times you found a better way. Did Mercury retrograde break your toaster, or did it help you find a new toaster? Right? It's a lot of that work that we often experience. Venus retrogrades are not here to make us hate ourselves. Okay? Venus retrograde is the energy that is actually trying to say you are beautiful just the way you are. You are a masterpiece because you are a work in progress. And when someone throws grit, right? When someone throws grit on the mirror of the self, it's not about throwing it back. It's not about getting into a mudslinging contest. It's about remembering that before we used to have mirrors, how would we have mirrors? You needed grit to create a mirror. That grit is what polishes a mirror. That when we take another's note, right, and we observe it and we recognize if it triggers us and we say to ourselves, I can do better, it allows the capacity of being able to amplify upon change. And it's that change that helps us ascend closer to our higher self. So again, working in that context, I'm going to say the same things I was saying all during this retrograde. And that's what's hard when we are coming through these retrogrades and also coming out of the eclipse. Because you come out of the eclipse, you go, thank you, it's over. But it's not over. It's the same exact energy. Okay? It's just almost harder because now it doesn't feel as amplified. And that's why I kept telling you guys not to take things personally during the retrograde, because I was trying to save you a reading. Because again, one of the ways you can identify if you were able to go through a retrograde effectively is coming out of, the eclipse effectively is coming out of an eclipse and being able to say, I said what I said, right? Versus coming out of eclipse and going, oh no, what did I do? Now, continuing to get clarification between our 10 of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our 4 of Pentacles in its reversal, may I please have one card to clarify? We've got here our Ace of Cups, right? And that's what I keep on seeing. There's something beautiful about this energy right now, that it's conversations as it relates to the work that we put ourselves to in relationality to making peace with things. And I just have to stress this, making peace with things is rarely peaceful. The reason we say making peace and not finding peace is because when you're on a good spiritual path work, you work for it. You work for that peace. And that doesn't mean being overly, and this is important here, okay? This doesn't mean bypassing, right? And this is a lot of the difficulty here, okay? And I know you guys are gonna get frustrated me pointing this out, okay? When we say we are protecting our peace, often it indicates that we're bypassing, right? Because protecting our peace is articulating and saying, remember what we said about working in the space of identifying. When we're making peace, right, the activation point is identifying and working in the self. And I know this is frustrating, between the difference on relationality to what feels like it creates peace within us versus what feels right in relationality to the peace that we're trying to create around us. And those are different things, right? Those are it's a very refined message, right? Because when we're working to make peace, it is actually an activation point, right? It is something that we challenge ourselves on. We move in accordance to it. We push towards it. We push towards peace, but we push gently towards peace, right? Why do we push gently towards peace? Because when we're trying to energetically heal, right, we push towards peace. Not, we don't shove peace. Do you understand? We don't shove peace, right? When we're trying to force our peace onto another. This is why moving into the context of this, of that, will often become energetically toxic, right? When you say to someone, I'm trying to help you, and someone doesn't want to be helped, right? When you're like trying to drag someone across the street and you say, I'm helping, and another person saying, I'm not even trying to get across the street, it doesn't matter what your intention is. It's the mindfulness in terms of how another person receives it. So the ability to work towards that context, the ability of the courtesy that we address when we push for peace, right? It feels like a nudge. It feels like the encouragement of saying, this is the inclination by which I would hope to move something into a direction, but I'm not going to force into that vibration. It requires the conscientious effort and you wanting to do the same. This is how we make peace with one another. And so I keep on seeing that a lot of that work, right, moving into the context of identifying, like, to the degree of working in that fashion, it's not easy, right? It's gentle, it's considerate, it's not demanding. And this is why I keep on seeing that a lot of the relationships that are coming together right now, there's so much there's so much delicacy, because so much of that delicacy is being articulated upon the state or the space wherein we recognize that this is energy that is being courteous, profoundly courteous to one another, because in the mindfulness that they are expressing and being respective to the adaptability point, is why some of these relationships that are coming together today are like lace, because they're saying to one another, I know how to weave the fabric of a healthy relationship. I don't wait for it. I create it and I put intention towards it. While for masculine and feminine right now that are coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, this is the energy that is, I keep on seeing, integrating lessons, stitching the past and the present together. Because often when we're on that journey of healing, if there are things that we had to disassociate from, some things we cannot, some things we cannot navigate because we're not ready for them. There is something that is known as healthy disassociation, right? Sometimes we have to put something away because at the time that we're traumatized, it's just too much. And what's beautiful that I'm seeing that's happening right now for some of these energies that are coming into divine union is, I just keep on hearing that for some of this energy, it is the ability to recognize and identify something that they are energetically ready to integrate, something that they're ready to face. And why is the energy coming into a space where they feel that they are ready to face something? Because they are being held in the embrace of a relationship wherein they feel truly seen. They feel truly valued. They feel that they're in, like they're working towards their aspiration. Because again, a healthy relationship doesn't, and I keep on seeing this, the healthy relationship does not complete us. It helps us see ourselves with more clarity. The completion point is within the self. The ability to see oneself is what a good relationship brings forth. Continuing for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, four of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Tower card in its reversal. May I have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with that Five of Swords in its upright. Now, this has everything to do with a lot of the work in the context of speaking towards and relation. And I keep on seeing a lot of these conversations that are happening right now for energy deep within divine union have to be, they're focused upon and contingent upon working in the context of experiencing and seeing the past from a new perspective. And why are we seeing that right now? Because Mercury has woken up behind Neptune, right? And Neptune is the energy of the past. It is the memory, right? The collective memory. So Mercury is the innovation. So Mercury waking up behind Neptune, it's being able to see something from the past with a new form of clarity, being able to talk about things that are intrinsic and important. And at the same time, I keep on seeing there's like I keep on seeing like the ability to appreciate and to like talk about the past in a new way. This is why I keep on describing this as Renaissance energy, because the energy of the past is ahead of the energy of the future, which is the Mercury energy is behind and the Neptune energy is ahead, continuing to get clarification between our Tower card in its reversal in combination with our Fool card in its upright. Can I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Four of Cups in its reversal. Now, a lot of the, one of the things that we're seeing that's happening too as well has to do with the fact that I keep on describing, like the best way I can kind of describe what's happening right now is I keep on talking. We've got this like little cluster of planets that are all wiggling back and forth between like the Pisces and Aries like divide. And now Saturn has come up into it. Okay. And the reason why like Saturn coming up into it is so important is because um, there's something very valuable in recognizing lessons like lessons that occur over the span of time is what I keep on seeing. And it's interesting too because I keep on seeing, and this is why I see like this is having a big impact on the energy and separation, right? Um, it has to do in relationality. I keep on seeing um, inspiration versus energetic practice, right? Now this is really important because the difference between being inspired is that feeling upon waiting for the mood to strike, right? Like it's like anyone can be inspired, but to build into a space of aspiration is a standard that we set for ourselves. It's a condition we embody. So I keep on seeing that this is why it's so important because especially for energy and separation right now, the ability to recognize the reason why a relationship wasn't working was because someone's building more in the context of inspiration, only doing something when they feel inclined to do it, only doing something when they feel the energetic mood that strikes, as opposed to building into the context of an energy that is aspirational, holds an energetic standard, shows up every day because that is the standard they set for themselves. This is the energy that is working right now. And this is why I keep on describing this as chariot lessons, because this is the energy that is able to recognize and identify the difference between inspirational and aspirational, right? Putting in the concerted effort, right, of energetic practice, as opposed to situations and circumstances in the past where, again, when one person is moving in an inspirational way and another person's moving aspirational, it'll always feel like a disharmony point because one person is showing up and they're holding the whole fabric of the relationship together as the other is just moving more in a space of inclination. So there's a lot of that work that we're seeing to a certain extent because this is the energy that is being able to be in a context in separation. And even some of these new energetic energies that are seeing that difference, and it's giving them all the clarity they need as it relates to a circumstance or situation in the past, right? Like that is the difference between, like I keep on saying, the difference between a fling and like a future, right? Like a fling is something we do when the mood strikes. A future is something we build together. Continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Cups in combination with our Five of Swords in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification, there it is coming through. And this is why, and this is why for so many of these relationships right now that are coming together, there's so much complaining. I just gotta stress this. I'm laughing about it because I'm seeing situations where energy is looking at each other and going, oh my gosh, I can complain to you. I think I love you. Because, like, this is the energy that feels like when we feel, why do we love complaining so much? When we feel safe to energetically complain, when we feel safe to articulate our frustration and someone doesn't run away from it, someone hears us, they feel it, they work in the context of wanting to make something easier. Never do we feel more relieved because that is the energy that doesn't feel like the love that they have to give another is performative and not complaining. And I can see some energy right now that is healing from some kind of relationship from the past that was great, but left no room for complaint, right? Something that was something that was like, like something that was like, one like this is what we talk about when walking on eggshells, which is like, not when someone's in a context where they're like, coming towards us only for inspiration, it doesn't allow us any context in being our authentic self because that's the energy that goes like, goes, that's not very inspirational of you, and then disappears because they're not looking to what they're trying to build. They're just hooked on an energetic feeling, right? So I just keep on seeing that a lot of that space, this is why there is something about griping right now in some of these new partnerships that feels like a celebration because this is happy griping. This is the ability to feel the easement and being able to gripe that is articulating upon feeling the space to be authentic, and another not taking it personally, but simultaneously also being relieved, right? And that's why for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, this is the energy that I keep on seeing. Like, it's not about it. When you feel hard on the self, you raise the roof, right? Like that's what I keep on seeing here. Like that ability of doing so, right? When we feel like, I keep on seeing that this is the energy right now. This is why, like this is why the energy coming into divine union is feeling so hard on themselves right now because they're raising the roof. Why are they raising the roof? They're setting themselves on a higher standard, right? And sometimes we feel energetically devastated when we're setting ourselves on a higher standard because you look at the past and go, I can do better than that. And in through your eyes, I see the fact that I can do better, right? Masculine and feminine, deep within divine union. This is the energy that's more in a space of, I keep on seeing, it's like, it's more two of swords energy. It's saying, don't confuse, I keep on hearing the energy right now, deep within divine union, going, don't confuse stubbornness with exquisite insistence. Don't confuse stubbornness with exquisite insistence, because how can you tell the difference between stubbornness? We're stubborn on things we can't explain why. We just don't like it. Just don't like them. Right? When someone says that, why? And they go, don't know. That's interesting. Because often when we say to ourselves, I just don't like it, and we go, why? And go, can't put my finger on it. It's because you're avoiding something in the self, right? That's usually the hallmark of the fact that you're bypassing. Our ability to articulate about why things bother us help us identify the difference. It is fundamental because it helps us it is the recognition system between the ego and the higher self, right? And that ability to, I think, the ability to articulate the reasons why you don't like something or the reasons why you love something, that is literally the clarification system we have within us. The exploration of that helps us understand if it's an us problem or if it's a them problem, right? If it's something that is important that we can articulate upon versus something that we're trying to avoid. So we say we just don't like the resistance system called the ego within the self goes, I just don't like it, right? Continuing to get clarification between of the five of swords and its reverse and its upright and the four of cups and its reversal. Can I get one? I already know what the card is. Can I get one card to clarify? So let's talk about the force field that happens when someone's being stubborn. Okay. Because when someone when someone's being energetically stubborn on something, right? It's like, it's very lone. Like there's a reason why we say it's very lonely being right all the time. Why do we say it's very lonely being right all the time? Because energy that feels like they're righteous gets isolated. Because when you're energetically right, nobody can converse with you, right? When you're in the space that you refuse to see something and you're not being energetically logical, there's a force field that gets created around you because nobody wants to talk to you. Because it creates that space of resistance where everyone just gets exhausted because there's no logic that can permeate the egoic nature of the self. The ego creates its own force field. So often in those modalities wherein this occurs, right, it almost creates this space where energy has to bypass, specifically because the resistance point of someone that refuses to hear something else but insists upon being right, energy just avoids. Like they just move around them because it's too much of an energetic exchange for no energetic purpose, right? It creates that impossibility space. So that's why we keep on seeing that there's a lot of this, like I keep on seeing there's a lot of energy right now working in the context of trying to navigate circumstances or situations where in the past there could be scenarios like this, hoping, because the difficulty when someone's in this space is you can't force a flower. When someone's in that space and they don't recognize embodying that, it requires the observation of the self to come into a space of humility, to recognize the changes that we're working towards, right? To build into, you have to like let those tendrils unfold to a certain extent by which you can allow for the empathy to feel what others are feeling, that allow for the productivity where anything can be healed. But this is why we talk about the fact that a healing journey cannot be forced on another. Because when we try to force our healing journeys on each other, we create more energetic trauma. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that work in that condition, having to like for energy deep within divine union. That's why I keep on hearing like extending an olive branch, but not cutting down the tree. Because when you're extending an olive branch, you're giving someone the opportunity to allow something to grow. You're giving them the opportunity to allow something to flourish, but you're not forcing that condition upon them, right? You're giving them, you're extending a desire to heal something. While for masculine and feminine energy, that is coming, and that's why I keep on seeing like working in that context. It's like a lot of that. It's like a lot of that release and relief. Because again, especially if these are modalities where another feels the frustration and not being able to get through some kind of trauma, this is how the energy and counterpart hold one another through it, right? Because often in those moments of working in the context of healing each other's trauma, this is the energy that's potentially coming into a better understanding of themselves via the healthy energetic partnership. And this is why there's that moment, right? See the moment? You see what's happening here? The energetic moment coming into divine union where we start to see things that we couldn't see about ourselves before. The unfolding, the blossoming of the self, but it's hard. It's painful because you accept things that you couldn't see before. Awakening is often, again, awakening to the pain is necessary to be able to become the self, because it's in the observation of something that you couldn't see before that pain is reached, that is identified as regret, that then becomes the affirmation of the self to do better. So it is the unfolding of the consciousness that is always arriving, but always feeling like it's moving continually on that pathwork of personal destination. While for masculine and feminine energy right now in separation, that's why I see a lot of the conversations that are happening right now in separation are built upon the gift of seeing where something is going, right? Because often when we have those moments, right, the difference between energy that comes towards one another for being inspired, right? I keep on seeing, and that's what's beautiful about it. It's not that the energy moving in, coming into divine union and deep within divine union is not inspired by counterpart, but inspiration isn't the engine. Aspiration is the engine. Inspiration is the gift from aspiration. It's not the other way. And often when we build into relationships where another person looks to us for inspiration and inspiration only, it often creates that false sense of self where we feel like we're performing, we're performing the act of the self, because we don't feel like we can be our authentic self, because especially if those are moments where another person's coming towards us for inspiration and we articulate displeasure, we articulate something that makes us human, and energy drives away from us at that moment, we feel like an object instead of a person. We feel like we feel like someone is coming towards us, not because they want to build something with us, but because it feels good of them. And what we talk about here a lot is, again, what feels like it's in service to both the higher self and the ego is when things feel good and are good, right? Creating the space of both. And I keep on seeing a lot of energy right now that is articulating and looking at relationships, saying the healthy relationship is one that serves both spheres. The sphere of the inspiration, how it makes us feel, the thing that it creates within us, but also serves the sphere of aspiration, what something is building towards, the two trajectory points that lead us into harmonic relationship. And that's why I keep on seeing right now, look at this, I'm telling you right now, a lot of endings as it relates to partnerships that feel like they're not serving both of those coordinates, or a lot of frustration being expressed in new relationships about what? Past experiences where in the relationships we're not meeting those dual coordinates. Final card for today's spread between our Nine of Swords in its upright in combination with our Six of Cups in its reversal. The Sun card. So I keep on seeing there's something about this here that feels like I keep like this is a bit, and I want to stress this. I was, especially with the Venus in retrograde, like closing out tomorrow. There's a lot like clarification is an energetic gift, and the ability to, I keep on seeing a bit of the gift that we're having right now, particularly with the placement of the planet specifically. And I keep on getting the major reason this is happening right now is because Mercury and Venus are behind Neptune. Okay. And the ability to observe Neptune is creating a quality and characteristic right now that is allowing um, the ability to feel, to observe the experience, the emotions, and not feel energetically overwhelmed by them. Right? It's like a bit of the gift that we're getting. It's a bit of the gift that we're getting right now coming out of this eclipse cycle and this interesting little K turn that we saw that occurred with the planets, and the ability to observe one's own emotions, often from a place of the higher self. Sometimes we see things there that allow us to honor the emotions. And that's why I keep on hearing it's an act of honoring the emotions, because we don't honor the emotions by just doing whatever the emotions dictate for us to do. The emotions do not hold a map. The emotions do not have direction. Emotions don't know where they're going. Emotions ask for things, right? And when we're working in service of our highest self, we honor our emotions not just by being controlled by them, but paying attention to what the emotions are asking for and regulating them with what it is that we ourselves are moving towards. And the ability of doing so, I keep on seeing, is allowing for a lot of clarity and conversation. And that's why I'm seeing even now, if the one benefit that may be occurring right now for some of the energy coming into separation is non-traumatizing closures of relationships via the ability to articulate exactly what is happening in the conditions that needs to come to a closure point. Because how is trauma formed? Trauma is formed in spaces that are confusing. Confusion itself is a reason to be able to come into separation, because the gift that we can always give one another when one is experiencing confusion is offering clarity, right? So I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of that work that's happening right now in building clarity as it relates to situations and being able to articulate and aspire and speak towards what one aspires for versus what isn't necessarily in a space that it's possible. And there's something about the healing that's coming through in the space of being able to come into that point of being able to come into healthy closure that in itself is restorational. While for new energies coming into union right now, the airing of the grievance, the airing of the frustration, this is almost reaffirming the solidity of some of these connections, because this is the energy that does not just feel that they have to be performative in the self to come into partnership and maintain something, but they feel that they can be authentic within it, that allows for the full expression of being. While for energy deep within divine union right now, I just keep on saying that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, being able to express the meaning that you have towards something, being able to amplify why something is important, to be able to find the language and to find the words. I just keep on seeing that that's a lot of that energy that is continuing to do that work in trying to heal things, but only to a portion, right? Working on the self to such an extent that I keep on seeing the gentle nudge of something that is truly healing, which is extending something in such a way that you're articulating a desire to move in that direction, but not feeling like you're forcing it, right? So a lot of that work as it relates to courtesy. Bottom of the deck on this reading, there's that Hermit card. I'm not surprised to see it. You know, yesterday we had the Emperor card, bottom of the deck. Today we have the Hermit, because I just keep on recognizing there's a lot of work that we're seeing in relationality to concentration on the self. This has to do with the Venus retrograde cycles. Interestingly, this is what happens to us during Venus and retrograde cycles. Like the over concentration on the self. Like it's very easy to start overthinking during Venus retrograde cycles, especially this most recent one that we experienced, because we also had Mercury retrograde happening at the same time. But again, when we are overly, it's not about overthinking. It's overthinking in a way that feels energetically productive, right? So I just keep on seeing that even in that space, and this is what we talk about, as it relates to another's intentions. I keep on feeling like there's a lot of work that had to be navigated during this retrograde cycle as it relates to contending with things that may have felt passive aggressive, because often when we're dealing with passive aggressiveness, it can feel very confusing, because if there isn't a need, if there isn't a problem that we cannot feel the ability to express from the throat chakra, it would usually be indicative of work, something that we have to clarify within, right? Like it has to do with that conversation about things that bother us, right? When we're doing the work and introspecting upon what bothers us, why we may even feel passive aggressive towards things, we usually find things about the self that we can work on, right? And that's why I keep on seeing at the same time, when another gives us something that's energetically passive aggressive, we don't overly correct for it, because there's something about that space that we identify and recognize as it relates to not being upset if another person's working through something, but almost creating the environment by which they can hopefully recognize if something is there. Like again, I want to say it like this: if something's bothering me, promise that you'll tell me, right? Because that ability of being able to have the openness to express frustration is what allows for the groundwork wherein anything can be remediated or anything can be fixed. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now reorienting in relationality to their perceptions on passive aggressiveness, both recognizing it within themselves or how they experience it as they see it from the perspective of others. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here to receive it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you would like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never PM you. I will never DM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Justice Card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hanged Man. If you would like to become a part of our tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I will do my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning our next class, but the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. You will also have access to a one-on-one mentorship class with me. You also have access to a chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we've studied or currently learning. If you become a founding member, not only will you receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library, that is over 12 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library, but you will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes most effectively, moving towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase those on an individual level or as a series. I would encourage, if you purchase a series, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Heather. You got our highest gifter for today. And thank you as well, Bridget. You got second, so you will also have additional cards pulled in your reading. If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Thanks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Also, taking a photo of today's spread. If you would like to see today's spread, you'll be able to see it on the Substack when we post the podcast. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. But if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. We are also at 34.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a drawing. Make sure you're tapping that screen and you'll get to 50K in no time. Hi there, welcome, Purr. I got you on the list, little vamp. Celeste, you can absolutely send it if you're able to do so. There's many different ways that you can send the donation. So, yep, and thank you for that insight about your experience on the other side of the Venus retrograde, Elisa. That's fascinating. Hi there, Team Osana. Thank you, Untamed, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Missy, thank you for the follow. What do you want me to talk about my hair, honey? What's there to talk about? It's on my head. It's where I keep it. Hi there. I'm sorry. I apologize that you're having issues with that, Celeste. I hope you're able to find a resolution. And Untamed, thank you for sharing the live. This energy's given me whiplash. I'm glad to be almost around the corner of that K turn. I know it. Listen, things like once Venus, like we're almost out of it. It just it's not being triggered. Continue not to get triggered right now. Just continue to be like focused. Um, I cannot stress this enough. I'm trying to save you guys a reading. Hi there, Marisol. Good to see you. Thank you for confirmation, little vamp. They want to leach out our goodness and bright light. Well, again, I don't like to talk about the ubiquitous they. I think that we're always working through challenges as it relates to relationships that we feel like aren't in a positive space. But continue to don't let it affect you. Continue to try to do what you can to restore situations and recognize what feels like it's not healthy. And thank you as well, Bridget. Thank you for trying a different way, Celeste. I appreciate your patience. You can also give the gift of a baby dragon if it helps. This has been happening for me a lot lately. Thank you for confirmation on this reading, Tina, and sending you support on that journey. I have been asking for gentleness, softness, calm, peace to myself and to my spirit team and to my partner. That's a beautiful thing to be asking for right now, G. And Untamed, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Abigail, thank you for the follow. Nice reference. Thank you, Untamed. Which reference? I have a lot of references. Rainbow, isn't catharsis after the big final moment, action or movement? Did I miss it? No, I'm getting like the catharsis is coming out of this eclipse cycle. Yeah, like this is cathartic. We're coming out of the eclipse cycle. Although I do feel some easing of tensions and increasing of understanding. Thank you for confirmation. Hi there, Sharon. I know it's hard right now, but we can be harder. Thank you, Marisol. I have to keep reminding myself every time I look at my husband. Sending you so much support, Marisol. And Raven, thank you for those gifts. Choosing peace, tap to claim queen. Tell me about it. Thank you for confirmation, G. Rainbow, I try not to have regrets in my life. I do try to learn. I may have gotten triggered in working through important lessons. There are key things I would not have learned without those moments of getting triggered. Beautifully said, Rainbow. Honor your feelings and learn from them, including continuing to learn what those triggers are and working on speaking up is hard for me. Well, I want you to say, like, the fact that you recognize where the challenges are is half the work. Continue to move forward in that direction. And thank you for those dolphins. Difference between setting something down with a plan to pick it up and work on it versus hiding it. Beautifully said. And thank you so much for me, a healthy relationship is about someone you want to enjoy life with, explore and grow with. Having a core self and self-support, interdependent support can also exist and be appreciated. I like that. I like that word, interdependent. That's a nice word. And thank you as well for the help, Bridget. Always appreciate you. Addie, thank you for joining us. And Em, thank you for sharing the live. Oh, thank you for the compliment on my tattoo, Queen. Rainbow, I'll listen to feedback. I've been doing that all my life. Given thoughtfully, sure. Continue to do that work as well, Rainbow. Gee, I feel it like that. Like I can't be myself and complain. I'm hoping that you can find an avenue that you can feel authentic and being able to articulate what's bothering you. Again, I agree. It's beautiful to confide and hold space in another. Tap to claim, Alexandra. Carla, thank you for the follow. Rainbow, oh my gosh, that's dishing. Collaborating to find how to do things in new ways. Beautifully said. Exquisite insistence. Energy of a Taurus jewelry maker at Swarovski. Oh, it's beautiful. Love that phrase. Thank you. V, did anyone else have arguments in close friendships during this Venus retrograde? I'm not surprised if you did, V. I told you, hypersensitivity, overreacting, taking things personally. This is why all during that eclipse cycle, I was telling you guys not to take things personally, leading with compassion. Thank you for confirmation. Thank you, Addie, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you for those gifts, Rainbow. Shane, Olayemi, thank you for the follow as well. Um, uh, Shane, I'm not supportive of energy that's built upon or based upon fear in that way. I want you to identify and recognize that you're safe, seen, and supported, and continue forward in that way. You know, I don't like the articulation of negative energy being given to us in that fashion. Thank you. But I'm sending you support on that journey. I'm happy to read for you in relationality to what you're feeling that may be you're experiencing in that way. And I'm sending you support on that journey. Thank you as well, Ella. Wonderful. So much to ponder. Thank you as well, Carmen. You're so welcome, dear. Haley. Wow, that was amazing. Can you hit some really deep points? You're so welcome, Haley. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. And user 367, thank you for the follow. Hi there. Good afternoon, Heather. Um, Shane, that sounds like a really upsetting dream. And like I mentioned, I do dream interpretation readings here, but I don't want to create, I don't want you to create, I don't want to build upon anything that feels like it creates fear in you. I want you to remember that you're safe, seen, and supported. Thank you for the help. Thank you as well, Haley, for confirming to them that I read things after I go through the readings. And Addison, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And Carmen, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you as well, Susie. My friends, we are going to get started on personal readings. The first person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you let me know by responding in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the read on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. Thank you as well, Haley. If I can offer thought on triggers, I can't always help being triggered. Focusing on reactions helps. No, I totally agree. But I got to stress this. We never get away from our triggers. It's not a situation of trying not to be triggered, right? Being triggered is a part of the human experience, right? But when we're able to recognize that we're triggered, when we're able to understand what our triggers are, the ability to be self-aware and be adaptable in that space, this is how we heal. I've got you, Bridget. What are we? Where's the dream that we're reading on? All right, and thank you, Untamed, for sharing the live. Overtime can work on healing triggers. That is harder work. No, exactly. I mean, it's a work of a lifetime. It's in Discord. Thank you for letting me know. All right, let's get to it. Where were we? Okay, one moment. And for those who are joining us, we're doing a dream interpretation reading now. So the way we would typically do the dream interpretations is if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, all you need to do is when you send the donation, you can put it in the notes, or simultaneously, if you are a subscriber, you can actually put it in our Discord channel in the channels dedicated to dream interpretation. You can do the same thing when we're doing past life readings. If you have information related to past lives that you would like me to read on, you can just put it there as well. All right. Right on. I was laughing at the face I made when I got mad. I like that, Untamed. Right on time, can't react, but listening. Thank you, Per. Important language distinction, I think. Don't be triggered versus careful in reactions to your triggers. It's not like, and I need to point this out, it's not about not being triggered. some things we can feel validated in being triggered by, right? Like it's more about identifying, it's the intentionality in recognizing where we are triggered and why we are triggered, right? No, I totally agree. And I agree. I appreciate you for having such good insights in relationality to how to consider these things. All right. So we are now reading. Let me just confirm. Just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the fifth person read for. And I'm also going to be taking a moment right now to read over some of the comment. We're going to read the dream now that Bridget posted, and then we'll be going straight into interpretation of that dream. Also, if you are joining us across any of the other platforms and would like to get on the list for today, you can do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Hi there, TA. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a great day. Whoop. All right. We are now reading on Bridget's dream. Okay. Okay, here is the dream in question. I changed the paint color of my car to black. And to go to ex-partner's house, there's another girl there with a friend. There's another girl there who is a friend. He's got bees in the backyard, and we go back to look at them, and I realize I'm not wearing shoes. Okay. I'm about to go to my car and get my shoes, but I watch them first, and they're having a good time goofing around. And then she's kissing him, and he's kissing her back. I realize in that moment I misjudged him as a person. Okay. And there's one ginormous bee in the beehive. I continue to my car, only I can't find it. I think I found my car, but upon further inspection, it's green, not black, and the trunk is broken, and the door is open. This is not my car. I move on to another car full of cats, also not mine. And then I see my ex and this friend in a truck driving down the street towards me. I am thinking we're going to a hardware store, but they passed me. The ex in the driver's seat and the so called friend next to him. I go back to the house and I see people setting up for a party. These people look like my family members. My grandmother is there and I'm surprised to see her. I give her a kiss on the cheek and ask her what she's doing there. She replies, I'm here to help you make this decision. I said, what decision? And it looks like there's nothing to decide. She said, it's hard to get permission. It'll be even harder to get the judge's approval. Okay. And then all of a sudden, I turn around and the ex is there wearing what looks like a cap and gown. It feels like a graduation gown. And he's smiling, and there's a completely huge curtain closing off the rest of the street. I noticed this because I went to look down the street to see where his car was and where his friend went. But all I saw was a giant white curtain. And then I woke up. Okay. That is an intense dream. Let's get some clarification on what it means. Can I please I would like 2 cards around the first part of the dream, 2 cards around the second. Thank you. Yeah. And 2 more. Thank you. Yep. All right. Wow. Okay, this is intense. So the one thing I want to note is you've actually got 2 different dreams here, because the first dream is a karmic dream, and the second dream is an ancestral dream. So we're going to talk first about the karmic dream, and then we're going to talk about the ancestor-led dream to understand how they significate upon one another. Now, the first dream is, and I feel like, just to give a little bit of context, I know that this is a karmic relationship here that we see that is coming up a lot right now in the dream space, and a lot of it has to do with the recognition in relationality to the context of another individual. And, one of the things that I keep seeing here that feels like it is energetically challenging in relationality to this karmic connection is the fact that, one of the defining qualities and characteristics that we look for and aspire for in a partner is a consideration about how we feel. The observation that things we do energetically impact our counterpart. And this is not the first dream that you've brought to me that you've indicated the same energetic display in relationality to the context of this karmic connection, which is almost a moment where you're building upon. And this is what's interesting about it. It's not so much the caring about the other person here. It's not so much, and because again, every time you articulate this dream, you're not so much focused on the actions that are happening between this individual and the person associated with them, the so-called friend, if you will. And it's interesting that you keep on describing it as friend, because in the way that we're reading this dream, they're continuing to cross the boundaries of friendship in relationality to what they're doing before you. But it almost feels like the space of navigating a situation or circumstance where the pain is occurring in the space of another person doing something in a way of almost trying to make you feel like it's wrong to be hurt by it, right? Like doing something in a way and then being surprised about the fact that you feel energetically violated by it. And a lot of that work, and it says to me, I would be very curious to know if you were in relationality with this individual and there were situations that you felt like they brought before you in order to feel like they were trying to desensitize you or making it feel like you weren't valid to have strong feelings as it relates to having your feelings hurt when it felt like this individual was not prioritizing you. Because it's not like everything that keeps on coming through in relationality to these karmic moments that you're building in the dream space with this person seem like they keep on returning back to the point of identifying someone that tries to make it seem weird that you care. But why wouldn't you care? Because what's really happening is the fact that you're recognizing in these moments someone that seems like they're dismissing your feelings, like they're not putting an ounce of consideration towards them as it relates to how they make you feel. And this, like the fact, and this is further articulated in relationality to the connection point to the car, right? Because the car is, again, it's your vehicle of transportation away from a situation. Now, and again, I want to point out, hold on, I want to back up a moment. I want to first talk about the bee, because the bee and the car are important. The bee is very much like the elephant in the room, right? Like the bee is something that is remarkable. It is something that is noteworthy, right? It would make sense to be able to comment about the fact that there was an incredibly large bee in the like in the beehive, as it were. But it has to do with the fact that I would not be surprised if there were not issues in this karmic connection as it relates to this energy not prioritizing you, because you are effectively representative of the bee. And again, being in an energetic connection with an individual and being told, like being given the label of being the person that they're with, But then being with a friend that they're clearly prioritizing, it's the conversation in being able to read between the lines of someone whose words did not feel like they matched their actions, right? It's easy to say, this is, I am with you, but if you're with someone and everything you do, you're not doing anything indicative of being with them, but you're treating another person like you're with them, like it creates that context by which there may have been a lot of work that you were working on, like you're still working on, as it relates to navigating the blurred lines and being able to communicate to someone both the nature of the relationship surrounding this individual, as well as the nature of the relationship, not only as it relates to what existed between you and them, but what they were telling others, whether they were communicating the same information to them as they were communicating to you. Now, this has to do with the vehicle, the fact that you went out to, like, the fact that you went out to find your vehicle and it was black, right? But then you couldn't find the vehicle. And then you started looking for your vehicle in spaces that it wasn't. This has a lot to do, again, it's like the car is representative of the mistaken identity, as it were, that you felt that may have been like being navigated in relationality to the relationship. Because what they keep on saying to me is you might be awakening to the perspective that the nature of the relationship that they were articulating to you might not be the same way they were articulating your relationship to others, right? And that has to do with the fact that you're looking at different cars, but every time you look at your car, it's a different color or there's something else going on, because the car is almost the description of the relationship being black, being solid, being fixed, right? Like something that you felt was clear when you were talking directly to them. But then suddenly, as you're walking down the road and you're picking up on other people's impressions, you're starting to wonder and saying, wait, is my car green? Were they explaining the car, the conveyor, the relationship as being something that's in like fluid, something that's changing, something that welcomes a lot of cats, something that has room to expand upon, that defies definition. So a lot of that ability was being articulated in the lack of, and like not even the fact of being adaptable, but feeling that sense that maybe someone wasn't being authentic in holding into a point of constancy between what they were telling you versus what they were telling others. That brings us to the arrival of the ancestral. You recognizing this, you suddenly putting the pieces together, you connecting the dots between the difference between what, like the fact that you're recognizing that what someone was giving you versus what they were saying to others, that is your graduation. That is your celebration, right? Because your ability of seeing someone with clarity, right? Being able to see like the facets of them, even though they, like, that's why your grandmother energy was there, and they were saying it's hard to get permission. It'll be even harder to get the judge's approval. The reason that they were saying that has to do because they're saying that you're in the midst of making an energetic decision as it relates to someone relating a story to you, like trying to do something again, right? And there's something about that arrival point and you being able to like see a situation with clarity that is being articulated upon the fact that there's this excitedness because, and I keep on hearing, the thing that's funny about it is I keep on hearing it's not their graduation, it's your graduation, because your ability of seeing them clearly and understanding someone that was potentially like trying, like potentially not being like like being, I keep on saying being too energetically adaptable, not being completely energetically authentic, but the ability of healing from the relationship, right? We talk a lot about the fact that karma is healed in the context of being able to understand a relationship. Doesn't mean you have to forgive everything, doesn't mean they have to be okay with everything. We heal karma in the moment that it no longer vexes us because we understand the nature by which we receive something so that we can grow and learn beyond it. So they're saying to a certain extent that that moment of arrival has potentially occurred between you and this individual in so much as you're awakening to the understanding of the difference between, you know, what you are energetically being told versus what you are perceiving. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, and again, it has a lot to do with those curtains, right? Because what do curtains indicate? Curtains often, and we see these in tarot cards as well. They talk about the realm of the hidden, right? And I need to point this out. When we are in a space of healthy relationship, it's not that we don't have curtains, but we do our best to try to let our partners know what's behind our own curtains, right? This is why we talk about the fact that in healthy partnership, there's hard conversations, but there aren't necessarily off limit conversations, right? And I'm seeing here that the fact that you saw this individual and you could see the curtains around them was indicative to the fact that you're healing from an experience, because it almost feels like someone who works very hard to compartmentalize themselves or to only share portions of their life to those that they're in energetic connections with, right? And that's often indicative of someone who's in an unhealed space, because those portions or those disparity points, they feel like they don't, like they it's like, it's almost like, again, it's like pulling back the curtain. When we're in healthy partnership, we begin to build, we heal intimacy by pulling back the curtain of the self. And this is why sometimes when we build into relationships, something starts, when energy is really good at compartmentalizing and you get too close, things feel like they fall apart, because when you start moving the curtain aside, or which is inevitable in a relationship, that's when we start to see something that doesn't make sense. And so they're saying that your ability of not feeling confused and feeling like there's something wrong with you because you couldn't make something make sense, but the ability to identify that the fact that it lacked sense was the reason or the condition by which you were okay to move away from something. It's what's sad about it is I almost see that your love for another person was unconditional. You would have accepted anything that they gave you so long as it was from a point of authenticity and clarity. What you're actually upset about, the violation, is the fact that the energy would not be authentic with you. But they're saying that to a certain extent, you're also recognizing that that energy isn't authentic with anyone. That the way that they themselves will graduate in the moment that there aren't any curtains around them, in the moment that everything, that the authenticity of the self isn't one that they're cloaked with, but one that they're energetically vulnerable to. That is, thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, being Semilayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Also, if you would like to get on the list for today, also, we are doing a giveaway. When we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you again so much, Bridget, for sharing that incredibly intense symbolic dream with us. A real pleasure to be able to read for it. And thank you for confirming I could read it out loud. And thank you, Gio, for the follow. Hi there, Dada. We're doing it. We just finished a dream interpretation for Bridget. And thank you for sharing the live, dear. Always appreciated. What a dream. I know. That was a lot. I know. And thank you, Natasha, for sharing the live. Untamed, thank you for sharing the live. Cassie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. You remember a lot of details in your dream. It's a gift. I'm jealous. Thank you as well, Cody. Again, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, ill. I hope that you find the healing that you're seeking. But I want you to move away from this perspective of curses, and I want you to kind of focus on what feels like it's supportive and beneficial to you as you continue forward. Bridget, we dated and then separated due to an age gap. We tried to be friends, but he kept pushing boundaries. Thank you for confirming, Bridget. Now I'm wondering how many other friends he had. And that's what I keep on seeing. Thank you for confirmation on the dream, because it says to me a lot of the space that I'm seeing here, like that's what all like the car changing, the curtains, it's like almost seeing something and wondering if the story that you like the things that you articulated, they articulated to you was the same that they were articulating to others. I feel like I did misjudge his character at this moment in time. And you'll understand, remember that space about the judging, like that is you. Like that's the thing that's so intriguing about it. When they said about the idea about um it's very I'm going to continue to like look like that. That's the way that you stated that is really intriguing because it feels like a go in, like it feels like there's something deeper there that may have like some kind of deeper meaning to you. Like the statement, it's hard to get permission. It's even harder to get the judge's approval. Um, I feel like what's interesting about that is it was actually them talking in directionality to them, right? Like there's something about that being the statement of saying, it's hard to get permission from them to open up, like they need to permit others to become vulnerable to them, and harder to get the judge's approval, like the judgment that they put upon others, because I can see someone that was potentially always saying it's not safe to open up to people, and it's like, yeah, you're right, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. As long as this energy says it's not safe to open up to people, I'm doing this because I don't feel safe, they don't realize that they're causing harm in the process, if that makes sense. And thank you, Muriel, for the follow. I'm happy to read for you on that connection, ill, to give you some insight. If you'd like to get on the list is open, but I'm sending you continual support as you navigate that difficult journey. And thank you, Geo, for the as well. I feel like I'm constantly misjudging people's character when it comes to partnerships. But I mean, like, I have to stress this. There's something about this here. Like when you say, like, I want to say, like, you're saying it in the present, but what's happening in the dream, and I think that this is an important thing, especially with the grandmother energy coming through. Like the dream is basically saying that's behind you, right? It's not before you, because you recognize it now. And that's why I see that's why that person was wearing a graduation uniform, because they're saying you graduated from that lesson. You see it now. It's not going to occur again. You're so welcome, Bridget. And I'm so glad. And I feel like, again, I feel like this reading or this dream was trying to, it was actually, I keep on hearing it was like a celebration of your graduation, because you understand another person in a way that you're able to understand, that like the you're able to honor how you feel while also working through the lesson. I know. I'm sending you so much support, dear. And Cassie, thank you for subscribing. Always appreciate. Welcome to the collective. Mel, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Masks, I mean, and here I need to point this out. Like often when someone's in that space, like this is what's hard about it. They might not even recognize that they're doing it intentionally. Thank you for the octopus, Bridget. Like that's the thing about it. Like they're saying, like the intentionality isn't one way or another. Like they're actually saying that one aspect of that dream that's important is the fact that someone, like, and I have to say this, it has to do with the statement that the grandmother said. I can see a situation where someone feels that it's not safe to open up to others, but again, it's not okay to not be safe to open up to others, and like they're not, like, I keep on hearing a message around the dream of saying unintentionally hurting others, right? Like when we're afraid to open up, this is how we unintentionally hurt those around us. Thank you as well, ill. Thank you, Tigress. And thank you, Sim, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, we're continuing right now. Next person on the list for today is Little. Little, can you let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would care to get on the list for today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth person read for. You're so welcome, Tigress. All right, hold on, just reading. And thank you for the compliment, Miss Bridget. No, yes, he has a lot of healing to do. He did open up to me a lot about things, and I think about it. Freaked him out. Yeah, I can like like they need to. I keep on seeing like they need to. It's like I see some like the it's interesting because I keep on seeing in the dream the fact that they were wearing the graduation stuff is because you understand now, right? You understand the complexity of something. And I keep on seeing, like, you understand the nuances around it. You understand that it wasn't necessarily all negative. It wasn't intentional, wasn't entirely intentional, but it can still, something can be not intentional, but still hurt nonetheless. You know, I got you, dear. Highest priority right now for Little Vamp. Highest priority for Little Vamp. Can I please have five cards, and thank you for being the first person on the list for today. You'll get 5 cards. If anyone else would care to get on the list for today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for donation of 20. Oh, fourth person read for. 3 cards for donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. All right. Can I please have 5 cards, please? Highest priority messages, please, from Little. 4, and 1 more, please. Thank you. Oh, this is frustrating. Um, you know, here's like I see you having to heal, like healing right now from not one, but like 2 different energies. And this is like, and I'm going to walk you through what I'm seeing in relationality to the difference of um, like having like, there's a connection point in these 2 energies, and we're going to work through it because I see that there's something about this here that, ugh, all right. And this is, it's give, okay, so I've got one energy. I mean, the one thing I want to say is I feel like you're going through a period right now where you're refining on manifestation goals. And sometimes when we're refining through manifestation goals, it's really hard because it can feel, it can feel like a lot of working through things that are close to what we're seeking, but but not ideal. Like not energetically ideal. And I keep on seeing like I see you like working on something and saying, "Is it me?" Like is it like I see you being like, is this me? Am I being too?" Um, the guides are saying short answer is no. It's not about. They're saying it's not about something that you're doing. Um, it's about identifying and recognizing and putting your finger upon what it is that you're actually looking for. And I want to say that there's something about this that's coming through, particularly in the realm of like the last 2 energetic cycles that you had in relationship, that I can see the fact that they're back to back is making you feel that like, I don't want you overcorrecting here, because they're saying that there's a quality or characteristic that exists between both of these energies that to a certain extent is the same issue. Like, that's the thing about it. And it feels, and I keep on hearing that the word that connects these two is conditional. It feels conditional. And I'm going to tell you right now, the first energy I'm seeing, the energy before the last energy, didn't want to commit. They wanted, I keep on saying it, somebody wanted to have their cake, they wanted to eat it too. They wanted, I keep on getting like the experience of being in relationship without any of the work of being in it, right? That is not, that is not something you can fix. That's something that you can observe. And often in those moments, I keep on seeing that is the energy. Like they were I feel like they were clear to you from the start, but that's the thing about it. Like, and this is why, like, this is why I got to stress this. This is why no strings attached never works, because building into a relationship literally creates strings. Like nothing is wilder to me. I got to stress this. Nothing is wilder to me as someone who reads into energy, as energy that says that their goal is having something with no strings attached, because you cannot, like, you like, it's like I would like to eat food but without actually eating. Like, you cannot build into a context of saying, like, you cannot say to someone, we're going to keep it casual, I'm not available. That is a miss. That is the most ridiculous thing that anyone has ever said, because it's impossible. It's an impossibility vector, right? When someone says that, you got to run in the other direction. Like, it's it's, and I feel like there's something about this here, like this energy before the last energy that was trying to say, I never promised anything, but it's not about promising. It's what naturally happens in the context of building into an energetic connection, right? So that's what they're saying the lesson was in that recent, in the experience before the last one, right? You can't you can't say to someone, this is getting too intense. Like, things build in, like, that's what a relationship is. It gets like, a relationship gets more intense as it goes. You can't say, like, this is getting too much. That is how it works. And I wouldn't be surprised if an energy like this was continually trying to, like, create separations to go back to the beginning of something. Like like you know like, you can't do that. This other energy, the one that was closer to you, this has a lot to do with that inspirational thing I was seeing. It's not that there's something wrong, but I got to point this out. The problem with an energy that everything, like I keep on hearing, like, a few and far between relationship is sometimes even more difficult than an energy that doesn't promise anything. Because a few and far between energy, it's not that something isn't right, it's that it's not consistent. And if something isn't consistent, then there's nothing right about it. I got to say that again. All right? Relationships like this are the hardest to break away from, because you can't put your finger on what's wrong, right? Everything is wonderful. It's great, but it's not great. Because if it's not consistent, it's the worst. It's literally worse. It's literally worse to have something that is wonderful, but is not consistent. Because in the spaces in between, you will literally go, like, you will lose, you will, like, it's like, it's an endurance exercise, right? And so they're saying, the word you need to focus upon to help you understand, and I'm going to just point this out, the word that you need to focus on to help you heal from those two experiences, everything you need to help heal from it, I want you to write the word consistent, because the unifying factor between both of these energies that was lacking was consistency. And that's why, again, spirit doesn't see these as separate. They see them as the same like the same lesson in different individuals in different ways. Like one energy that wanted something imbalanced. They wanted something that was only, they wanted everything, but they didn't leave any consideration for what you want. And another energy that everything is wonderful, but it's not consistent, right? This is the same hurdle. So I want you to focus. Remember, a healthy partnership feels good and is good. A healthy partnership provides clarity and context as it relates to direction, while also supplying clarity of intention. That's not too much to ask. And if you weren't finding those and those connections, I don't want you beating yourself up and saying that that's something that was wrong that you were doing. It's saying, like, again, I want you to focus upon the fact that your path work right now is about looking for consistent intention. You have to write that down. Consistent intention, and an ability to articulate what it is that you're building towards, and seeing the consistency in another to be able to recognize and identify what it takes to get there. Bottom of the deck. It doesn't matter if something's good. If it's not consistent, it won't work. In fact, often, if something's good and it's not consistent, it is the absolute worst. It is easier to be, it is literally easier to be in a terrible relationship, because at least, I keep on saying, at least in a terrible relationship, you know what to expect. And at least in a terrible relationship, it's about consistently lowered expectations. That's why often in a wonderful relationship that's not consistent, it can completely destroy us, because it is the lack of consistency on something that's wonderful, and you don't want to spoil it, but it's not enough, and you feel like you're becoming like, you feel like you're constantly in a state of anticipation. Like, it's not too much to ask. Consistency is not a nice to have, it's a need to have. And they're saying, make sure, like, make sure that you remember that. Because I even see some of this energy isn't completely gone. I would not be surprised if this energy around you is still trying to work their way back towards you. But recognize and identify the difference between someone that wants to, like, something that, like, wants to, like, and if they're not back, like, just be conscientious about them coming back in some way. Because remember the difference between energy that comes towards you because they want to build with you, versus someone that's just energetically hooked on a feeling. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Little. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Susie. Susie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And also, my friends, we are at 41.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. And just bear with me a moment as I read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And Sinmo, thank you. Simo, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. You're so welcome, Tigress. Death reversed again. Yeah, these are some beautiful cards in this reversal, though, because they're saying to me, like, I keep on seeing, it's not like, like the clarity, like you're not in a space of letting the emotions cloud your judgment. They're saying that this is allowing you to like see something with a level of clarity. Yeah, and I like the fact that this one's in its reversal as well. Thank you as well, Raven. Wishing you support on your healing journey, ill. Yes, switching gears and perspectives. Yes, I keep saying, am I the problem? Like they're saying, like, look, like, and they're saying, like, they're actually saying, like, that's the right question. Because I need to point this out. If you're looking at a situation, and I feel like these are situations where you did everything you could do before you finally had to move away from them, you know, like the fact that you literally, like they're saying that your first blush instinct to say, am I the problem? Like, what can I try to change? Some things we can't change. Some things just require our discernment. And they're saying, don't confuse, like, don't refuse, like, identify the difference between energy that's always looking in the context of saying, what am I doing wrong? Between but having the moment of clarity being like, I wonder if they ever ask themselves that question, right? Yeah, the no strings doesn't work for me. No, I see this, like that's what I'm seeing here. We were living, uh, again, sending you so much support on that journey, Il. I hope you're able to heal. And alone, and thank you, Per, for getting on the list. You'll be read for. You will be the, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. You'll be read for after Heather. All right. Consistent intention. Yeah, write it down somewhere. And remember, consistent intention takes time, right? It requires time to see. Thank you as well, Lila. Il sending you support on that. And you're so welcome. Thank you guys and thank you as well, Tigers, for also receiving that message. Thank you, Moose, for the follow. Thank you, Jack, for the follow. Uga chaka, uga chaka. I love that. Yes, exactly, Rainbow. You're so welcome, Little. Thank you for having that reading with me. I'm wishing you support on your journey, and thank you for being a subscriber. CC, thank you for the follow as well. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Angie, thank you for sharing the live. Hi, Susie. Reading from the Archangels, please. Okay, we can do that. And my friends, we are at 44K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the relationship. Back to the relationship was for your reading, Susie. They have a message about relationships. Okay. When we get to 50K, I will be doing gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. All right. Highest priority messages for Susie, please. Angelic guidance. 4 cards, please. Convenient. Okay. All right. 1 for each, please. Thank you. 1 for each. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I feel like they've been trying to talk to you for a while, but only like you're only starting to listen. Is what I'm getting. I'm getting the message like we've been trying to reach out to you about your car's extended warranty. Like, um, like here's the thing about it. Like, I need to point this out. Angelic energy can't help us until we choose ourselves. I know it seems like like I like it's like that's the thing about it. Like they've always like they're saying to me like they've always been around you to a certain extent, but it's like it's the highest pinnacle of like help me help you kind of energy. You know what I mean? Like it's hold on, I got Strega going nuts underneath me. It's a lot of that help me help you kind of energy, you know? And I feel like, I feel like you've been doing some work on the self. You've been like I feel like you've been getting a better connection to a lot of that energy because you're starting to appreciate and honor yourself, you know? Um, and I keep on seeing like, I know this is going to sound a little like, um, I feel like there's something about this here that I feel like there's something you had to do recently that required you to stand up for yourself, you know? Like I'm just seeing something around a situation or circumstance, and they're just giving me the message. Often often we know, never do we know a decision is right in the fact that it is hard to make, you know? Never do we know that a decision is right in the sense that it is hard for us to make it. And I just keep on seeing something here that if you're going through that and you're like struggling with whatever this decision is, you know, there, there, there's like it's because you've got compassion. It's because you care. Um, but they're saying that there's something that's happening right now where you're reorienting and you're remembering that the care that you give others also includes you in the process, you know? Like you're not excluded from that compassion. And they're basically saying that being compassionate doesn't require you to be an energetic doormat to another person's discourtesy, you know? Like, and that's the thing about it. And that's why, again, like the thing about like the thing I like to point out, this is like this is why often angelic energy is depicted as having weapons, right? Because it's protected. It goes, you can't listen, you can't talk to them like that. You can't, what do you think you're doing? You know, it's not like it's not like it's about it's like a lot of the work that angelic energy helps us with is it's not about being more compassionate, it's understanding the hard work of setting healthy energetic standards, right? It's not easy. It stinks, right? It's a tough job. Somebody's got to do it. It's a tough job. Somebody's got to do it, right? Because, and I keep on seeing this, um, like when we when we move in that space, when we honor the difficulty in making a decision, but are able to make the energetic decision regardless, we become angelic. You know, we embody that same space because a lot of the work that I see around that energy is working through um like I keep on seeing uh you know like what it takes to make a hard decision, not allowing the emotions, like I keep on saying, not allowing the emotions to overrule the higher self, right? Like again, it's interesting because we were talking so much about chariot energy, but that ability of feeling the again, honoring the emotions, honoring how much we care, but allowing it to move us into the space of intentional action. And they're saying that you're doing a lot of that right now. And I know, and like, listen, honestly, they're saying they're there, they see it, they know it sucks. Like they know how hard it is. Um, but and they want you to understand if you're agonizing about it, you're probably doing it right? Because you're not taking it lightly. They don't take it lightly. They don't take anything lightly, you know? But one of the major messages that, and I've got at least four of them around you right now, which is why I'm like, I think it's really important the fact that you put an S at the end of that statement, because I feel like there's something about this that says to me like there's a bit of that space in relationality telling you that they support, like they're supporting your decisions right now. Um, but and they're saying like, you know, if and I feel like I see that, and here's the thing that I keep on seeing around a circumstance or situation. Um, if someone, how do I describe this? If and they're saying it like elegant. If someone can't decide what it is they want, it's not your responsibility to be in a space of perpetually waiting for them, is what I keep seeing. Like the ability, like I feel like there's some kind of work that you're doing right now in helping another person understand um, the significant gift as it relates to like honoring energetic decisions. And that's why I keep on seeing that there's something about this. This is hard because I keep on seeing, I feel like this has to do with the fact that I keep on hearing like you're setting an example for someone, right? Like the reason that they're saying that there's something really invaluable about this is because that journey is not just one that you're doing alone. Like you're helping. I keep on seeing someone is going to look at you and say, I always remember how strong that person was in the face of adversity. I always remembered about the energy about someone never wavering or never making another person feel insecure even through circumstances that were energetically volatile. And I keep on hearing that there's something about that journey right now that they're trying to articulate that it's not going unnoticed. They see it too, and they keep on articulating to me that they want you to know that you're not alone in that. Um, you know, there's someone else that you're protecting in those journeys, and I want you to remember, if you're making decisions not from the perspective of the self, but because you understand that another person looks up to you, never more do you know that that's the right decision, right? Because I almost see that like that ability of doing so, it's not that you haven't gone through something difficult, but I feel like you're going through a path work where you're saying it ends with me, right? And that is the most beautiful thing, because that means that you're not conditional as to what it is that you received, but you're working internally on the process of ever changing it into something better, and you're showing someone at the same time that we always have the ability to, we don't need to look at conditions to give us reasons to do worse, but we can allow them to. I keep on seeing you're giving someone the lesson that who we are never changes in the face of what we encounter. Bottom of the deck on this reading, it's not easy because I keep on hearing it's a lot of that journey about better, not bitter, right? Often it feels energetically thankless. Often it feels like, not coming into that context of saying like, you know, um, you know, I keep on seeing, I feel like there's a lot of energy around you that always tries to point to the reasons around them to give reasons why they're doing something out of character. Our character is not conditional about what we experience. We are refined by it. And I keep on seeing that your own ability, like I keep on seeing, um, you know, I keep on like it's interesting too, because they're saying it's not about, it's like it's not so much, it's remembering, and I keep on getting this mess. It's you know, and that's what they keep on like turning the other cheek does not mean that you have to stick around and get slapped. You know what I mean? It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that energy that says that we can operate in a state of grace, but not be another person's energetic doormat, right? That we can be respectful in the space, that we don't have to be reactive, but we can also set a standard, because I keep on seeing what we condone is what we choose. And our own ability to walk away from things that we don't condone is is our articulation in the fact that we demand better. So they're saying that there's something about that to keep in mind, because they keep on saying it shouldn't feel like an endurance exercise. It should be recognizing where you feel like you are held sacredly. And if you're not held sacredly somewhere, then they see you sacred, and you should take your sacred energy elsewhere, is what I keep seeing. Thank you so much for having, and as you do so, like as you take your sacred energy elsewhere, they're there to they are moving in alignment with you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Susie. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. It would be, and if you'd like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Heather. Heather, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the 3rd person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We've also got to 50K. So congratulations. We are also going to be doing our 50K giveaway. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to our 50K milestone. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All of that is very relevant for me as well, except my understanding is that the 1st and 2nd person. Recent home instability. I'll need to move out quickly, and partner's mom is terminally ill. Oh dear. I'm sending you so much support on that journey. My partner is obviously not doing great, so giving context to what's happening since yesterday. Thank you for confirmation. First person describes my interactions with my former BFF before connection started to fall apart. Sending you support as well, Heather. Ill-fated, I'm so sorry. I'm not sure what you're asking for with the please. You should journal some of these thoughts you're sharing. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more, Bridget. And thank you, V, for sharing the live. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the live as well. Thank you as well, Ella. I've been struggling with how different energies have been feeling. Well, again, I think being able, like the thing about this right now with a lot of this Libra full moon is working in accordance to what feels like it's supportive and identifying the differences. Thank you as well, Jacob. Hi there, Claudia. Thank you as well. I feel that energetic doormat, not allowing abuse to happen. Thank goodness, always. It resonates so much on a soul level, but on a practical. If somebody does what with my sacred energy, yes, absolutely. They're saying to a certain extent, like they're saying that there's, and they're saying even now, like the one thing about it is they keep on saying to me that there's something about you acting in the form of a protector or building the energetic standard around something. Like I keep on seeing a situation where another person is like looking up to you to a certain extent. So your own ability of, I keep on seeing, like navigating situations by not being reactive, but moving away from things that don't feel like they're in alignment to you. Like I just keep on seeing like that's what's interesting is like I keep on hearing the term like I'll take my sacred energy elsewhere, right? Because they're saying that it doesn't, like it's not requiring you to be in a space like that like they're saying like holding, like working through situations right now by feeling that the energy that you're bringing with you is energetically sacred, and recognizing if another person is treating it with the same level of sacredness. And if they're not, like not, I keep on saying not demanding it, right? Because if someone is not, if someone is not observably holding energy sacred, demanding that they do so will never result in them doing so. They keep on seeing, they keep on saying to me, it's an act of observation, not demand, if that makes sense. Like they're saying, observe the way the energy around you holds you at this time. If they treat you sacredly, and if they don't, like that's why I keep on seeing, like, I'll take my sacred energy elsewhere, which is finding something where another person treats you in accordance with what you know needs to be deserved, if that makes sense. I hope that clarifies. And thank you as well, Susie. Oh, just reading over. Hold on a minute. No, we should never allow for a context where abuse is occurring. Listening to the intuition, always, Claudia. No, again, it's we're not articulating taking any blows here, ill. Hi there. Thank you as well, Susie. I received the message and asked Spirit Team to help me incorporate it into my life. Sending you so much support on that journey. And thank you. And I'm holding you in so much light right now as you navigate those difficult situations. I've been feeling more understanding lately with former BFF, wondering if moving towards. Sending you support on the journey as well, Heather. May, sounds like your soul has told you the truth. They do not like where they're at. Sending you support as well. Thank you, May, for being here and helping each other as well. Reconnection and helpful to know if on very soon basis of a more long-term basis. Tap to claim. That makes sense. I appreciate the explanation. You're welcome, Susie. Don't, I keep on seeing like a big message right now. Don't panic. Just move through things slowly, intentionally. And I feel like there are choices that need to be made right now. And they're saying like the question that you need to ask as you're making choices is, are they holding the energy as sacredly as I am? Thank you again, Susie. All right. Next person we're reading for today is, oh, we're going to do the 50K giveaway before we continue right now on our readings. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to that 50K milestone. So what I'm going to be doing right now is I am going to be thinking of a number between 1 and 45. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in an order different than you guys post them. Nope, 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 nope. Nikki! Congratulations, Nikki. You got our 50K giveaway. We will be doing that again when we get to 100K, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Next person on the list is Heather. Heather, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And congratulations. And for anyone who's joining us across any of the other apps, if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is head over to my tree that has links in it in my bio. Your donation will get you on the list there as well. You keep on what? I don't know if you said something else to me. Oh, it's okay, Susie. So I said, in terms, I see that you have to make a lot of decisions right now. And they're saying the question to ask as you're navigating those decisions is the energy observably holding the energy as sacredly as you do? Right? And they keep on seeing you. I keep on hearing you can't force sacredness. If someone feels like they're not holding the energy that you're bringing forth to them sacredly, that's why I keep on hearing, I'll take my sacred energy elsewhere. Like you don't try to convince someone that they give you more. You just move away from it. Was I looking at the, hold on, was I looking at the clock? Hold on a minute. Strega, you cannot come over here, okay? You have to be a good girl. Which clock, Nikki? Oh, yes, thank you as well. Thank you for confirmation, Susie. Yes, we can do the other dream. That's true. Everything's working out. This is perfect. Okay, I've got you. We're reading now for Heather. Okay, question. Are they holding the energy as sacredly as I am working on healing? I've got you. What a beautiful question. You spoke exactly to what I needed to hear. I'm so glad to hear that. I know. You can love her, but she's being naughty. All right? You know what she's trying to do? She is trying to pull the cords out from my mic so that I'll play with her. Okay? You cannot do that. You have to be a good girl. Okay? You want to say hi to everybody? Mwah. Okay. Go over there. All right. She is a very squishy baby. I love her. I love her too. She drives me nuts, but I love her. I just don't want her, she's gonna like, I have to get that bitter oil, man. I'm really worried. I don't want her to zap herself. She's too clever. She's like, oh, I just figured out if I pull these cords, I get mom's attention. Cats, man. All right. All right, we're reading now for Heather. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the one, two, three, fourth person read for. All right. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Heather in relationality to the energetic connection? I mean, I'm definitely seeing a circumstance or situation here where like there's a deep, like I see a deep appreciation between you and another person, but I also see like something that's very important in relationality to, like I see someone that feels like they don't have a lot of time on their hands. Like I'm just seeing some kind of situation or circumstance here where another person feels like they're struggling. I keep on hearing struggling to keep up with demand. You know what I mean? Like I see something here where someone is like operating on all cylinders at every moment, you know? Like there's a lot of this, like there's a lot of this force of movement around someone. Like I see someone that's like spinning plates, you know what I mean? Like they're trying to like do as much as they can in some kind of experience. And I feel like that's what I keep on like, and that's what this is similar to what I was reading um yesterday in relationality to understanding like what it is that you're seeking in relationality to what feels like a supportive relationship, because I just keep on reading on an energy here, and it feels like I keep on seeing, like every time I read for something, I keep on reading for someone that says everything's fine. It's not, it's everything's fine. They're just very, very, I just see a situation of someone being very, very busy, like putting a lot of concentration on a lot of things. And like, I think that, like I said, there's something about that here where I would definitely be conscientious about not potentially over reading into something, because I keep on seeing that there might be a situation where like there's somebody in a space of like, and I need to point this out, like if someone's in a space of perpetual motion and another person is looking for a concentration of force, like trying to build some kind of like intimate connection, like it can feel like I almost see someone like trying to navigate not coming into a context of feeling like there's an interruption there. Because I keep on like all of these cards, like I just want to show you here, like these cards are all like extremely positive. Like I keep on seeing the Two of Wands. I've got the of Pentacles. I've got the nine, like the nine of Wands in its reversal, and the World card in its upright. So this would give me all of the indications of someone that assumes that things are energetically copacetic between you and them. And I keep on seeing it's not that there hasn't been like, I don't know if there was some like situations in the past where there was like some kind of like disambiguation between you and them. But I keep on seeing a situation where someone feels like whatever that is kind of like water under the bridge, you know? The one thing I want to stress here is like I see someone like, they're not taking things personally because they're just very energetically busy. I think one of the things that might help in a situation like this is like potentially coming into a practice of writing down what you believe would be a more ideal relationship dynamic between you and this individual. Because I feel like, I definitely see here, like, if there's some kind of desire to connect, that's something that you might be able to work to try to facilitate. But I keep on seeing, like, the overarching message that I keep on seeing when I read into this connection is make sure that you're not over reading into something that isn't directed towards you, right? Because, I keep on seeing, like, when we feel energetically supportive, you know, like we don't, like I keep on seeing, like there's there's not an over concentration of expectation as it relates to what it is that we're like, I almost feel like there's a situation where you're looking for some kind of deeper intensity as it relates to a connection. Um, where wherein another person feels that everything between you and them is in a space of positivity. And so you might need to ask yourself, is this energy in such a space that they're available for that? Or if not, is that something that you might be able to find with someone who's more invested in something that's like, I keep on feeling like an energetically intense friendship? Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like I can't stress to you that I just keep on seeing a situation here where another person doesn't think that anything's wrong. Like all of these cards, like all of these cards feel like someone trying to articulate and say everything's good. But and that's what I meant about not like I feel like, and again, this is kind of a repetition on what we were seeing as it relates to some past trauma that you might be carrying, which is having the agreement with another person saying, if there's anything I'm doing that's bothering you, you'll promise to tell me, right? Because I see that there's some kind of like hyper attunement that you have as it relates to the ability to pick up on others like energetic disturbances. But the thing you have to recognize is like, sometimes when someone's energetically disturbed, it's not directed to us. There might just be things that are bothering them. Like annoyance isn't like if we encounter someone and they're annoyed, they might not be annoyed at us. They might just be annoyed at the day. They might be annoyed at the week. They might be annoyed because, something they're doing is annoying, right? Um, so making sure that you're not feeling another person's annoyance and feeling like you are the source of it, being able to kind of come into that context of saying to another person, if you promise if there's something wrong, you'll tell me. That'll allow you to have to ease up and having to have to feel like you need to read into something in order to understand what is occurring. Thank you so much, Heather, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Per. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 3rd person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And my friends, we are at 53.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. And Danae, thank you so much for getting on the list, dear. You will be read for after Nikki. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, it'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4th person read for. I definitely feel that they're holding it as sacredly, but they're not in a space that they have the ability to hold it as intensely. If that helps, Heather. Something told me to look at the time and it was 11:32. Thank you, Nikki. The purrs, I know. She's always purring. She's a happy cat. She's sleeping now. You know? She is such a chonky squish cat. She is. I call her raw chicken. She's my little raw chicken wandering around the house. It's a great question to ask. I think it's a brilliant question to ask because everything I was seeing there, like it feels to me, Heather, like it was a huge yes. But I keep on seeing they're holding it sacredly, but not as intensely. She is a squishy baby. Thank you, Alan. I know, I love her too, Jacob. I know, she's so cute. All right. Hi there. Hold on a minute. I'm trying to fight a UFC champ because he was being a jerk to a girl. Please be careful. What are you? I please be careful. I mean, the sentiment is beautiful, but also like for spirit's first priorities, make sure that you're prioritizing care of the self. Like, don't get yourself hurt, Esteban. Exactly. No kitty meat. I love it. I'm thinking about planning content outside. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's very positive. Thank you as well, Rainbow. Honestly, things have felt more. No, it says to me like I feel like there's something about you clearing the air. Like you guys have like it just feels like, you know, like it feels like there's clarity there. Yeah, I mean, I know I feel like I hear someone saying water under the bridge. You know what I mean? Like that's interesting. I've always wanted to meet that kind of cat. Oh, my Sphinx. They're the best. They're very affectionate. I was not expecting them to be like I did not realize how affectionate they are. But that's because they're also cold all the time. Like we're like they always want to be on top of us because like they don't have any fur. All right. Having a hard time understanding the barriers to communication, connection or communication or reconnection. I mean, that's the thing about I don't like that's the thing that's interesting about it. Like Heather, when I'm reading for it, I don't see any barriers. I just see someone that's really busy, that they've got a lot that they're trying to navigate. Because of my bad experience, I never trust easy right now. But Jacob, I think your own ability to articulate that is a step in your healing, like telling others that as you're building forth with them. Is that Emperor or Hierophant? What with the card that I pulled? I believe it was the Hierophant. Not all my reading, not my reading, and the illusion of business itself seems like a red flag. What part of that seemed like a red flag, Alan? I'm confused. Thank you, Maddie. I feel so much. Not much insecure. I mean, I think that when we're in a good space, we can communicate how we're feeling, Jacob. I'm sorry. I no, you have nothing to apologize for, Per. I can absolutely do Nikki. May, hold on. Is this a? It was a BFF reading, is what we were seeing, May. No, I was getting like that's the thing. I was getting friendship energy. You know. No, I thought, yeah, I did. That's why, like, am I misreading that? No, we're army trained here, and I was a cop for the army, but I still think I get knocked out. Please don't fight anybody. Okay, be careful. That's what I was wondering too. I mean, when I read BFF, like, it was giving me, like, BFF to me is like platonic. Like, I was seeing someone that's in a space of platonic. Definitely something, things. Okay. Well, and I need to, yeah, I need to. Yeah, I mean, I was like, that's it. Like, I want to, yeah, okay, that's what I was reading an energy that was very, like, much in the platonic space. So, oh, it was a dream. Oh, it was a dream. I missed the part that I saw a dream. I just thought you were trying to do that. I was like, you shouldn't do that. All right, we're gonna continue right now. Dum, dum. All right, we're gonna continue right now. Next person we're reading for, we're gonna um, we're gonna give her a minute. The next person we're reading for right now is Nikki. All right. And Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. Oh, sending you support on that journey, Heather. No TMIs up here, not worth it. Yes, I'm gonna send you a different dream. Okay, pick you. Okay, okay, so don't read the dream you gave me. Wait for the dream. Okay, okay. And Allie, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Danae. We've also got 4 spots left for today. 4 spots left. If anyone wants to get on the list, um, I'm gonna send this one. Okay, I'll wait. Just let me know, Nikki. And I want to reconnect with friendship no matter what. Believe friendship at the core of connection. Well, again, I always feel, Heather, being able to openly communicate with another and state the intention is always a positive thing. You can always make that opportunity. Like, again, remember we had a lot of those readings that we saw, like especially in the collective, about, again, we extend the olive branch, but we don't force things. We articulate what we would like, and we see if someone's receptive to it. Lol, I thought it was funny, and I was ready to fight a UFC fighter. Sounds like something I would do. I think that's beautiful, though. You know, I feel like there's something about that in relationality to the higher self. Like the state of being able to honor another person. Sent. I think I know the meaning, but I also want to see what spirit has to say. I got you, dear. Do I have permission to read your dream to the collective? And did you send it over email, or is it in or is it over on the Discord? I got it. Never mind. Okay. Yes, I got you. All right. We are now doing a dream interpretation. Hold on a minute. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, fourth person read for. Okay. I know. I love it when everyone gets some popcorn out. The people want the tea. Yes. Any more kitten meat? Do we have to have like? Do we have to have a disclaimer? Do we have to have a content warning before we start the dream? All right. We're now doing a dream interpretation. The dream started as a simple work meeting at my house, but it suddenly turned into a chaotic party with tons of people I didn't invite, coworkers, random people, even people from high school. I felt totally overwhelmed and unprepared, like the house was a mess. I looked like crap and people were judging and everything. The one guy was like, "That sink is disgusting." And I was confused because I don't have a gross sink. He eventually pointed out this giant outdoor kitchen island with a deep trough sink that doesn't even exist in real life. Apparently, it was full of rainwater and bugs. Then my ex and his wife showed up, which made me especially angry, especially since I still work with them. At some point, a few of my coworkers were literally in my closet taking my clothes without asking, saying they were moving them to another room because I didn't need them. No one understood why I was upset, and I got so overwhelmed, I literally started screaming in people's faces, like full on yelling, which is so unlike me. I was trying to explain how messed up and violating it all felt, but no one really got it. All right. Can I please have four cards? Ooh, yeah, that makes sense. Can I please get three more cards for around the dream? Mhm. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to talk a little bit about it. So whenever we see, so typically when we see houses in dreams, it's referring to the mansion of the self. So we're going to look at this as the extension. The house is you. And this is a dream around an intimacy wound. Now, the idea that um, you had a work dream. You had a work dream that became a party. It feels to me like there's a violation of intimacy that's occurring across the space of work into the personal, right? And that's the thing about it. It's like it feels like a bell that's rung. Um, one of the things that we look for in a professional environment is a space that we often don't have to build into too much intimacy. We get to effectively have to leave. We get the luxury often when we're in a work environment of being able to leave our feelings at the door. But what we're seeing here that's happening, and it has to do with the karmic connection. Now, it's really important because we're having a dream about the mansion of the self, but the karmic connection that was coming in. You spoke about the ex coming in with a new partner, and it made you feel energetically violated. Because what they're basically talking about right now in this dream space is there's been a blurring that has occurred between something that is happening in the work context, which suddenly feels like everyone has intimate information about you. There's a violation that feels like it's occurring as it relates to intimacy. This is brought further up in the space that you talked about, the fact that not only was the it almost felt like the job, like the business meeting turned into a party, because it's that moment that it feels like others are deriving pleasure from the benefit of talking about you, right? Like the moment that it suddenly feels like you become a source of enjoyment or a source of tea for others. And this is further articulated by the fact that you spoke about the fact that your coworkers were taking your clothes and moving them into other rooms. What do we have in the connection of clothes? Airing dirty laundry, right? So the ability of someone like talking about the things that you hold dear, knowing personal things about you, feeling like you're a topic of conversation, having those moments and taking things and not being able to put those boundaries up, potentially in connection with the ex. That's further indicated via the description of the sink outside of the house. Why? Because we just articulated about the fact that in the dream space, the house itself is indicative of you. They're the things you know about yourself that you can control, the things that you take ownership of. And so when we see all of these work individuals that are now having a party in your house, it's talking about the crossover in terms of work relationships, entering a space where you're feeling a violation of intimacy. The sink outside the house has to be around the rumor mill, right? It's similar to the laundry. It's similar to them taking the laundry and moving it, right? Airing your dirty laundry. Someone telling you that you have a sink and you being like, I don't have a sink, and then recognizing that it's a sink adjacent to your house, that would be referring to how someone is speaking about you, right? What does a sink do? It releases emotions, it releases stories, it's all of the water, right? So the fact that there's a dirty sink has to do with the fact that you're fearing that someone is in the context of work talking about you, potentially spreading rumors that are not true, right? They're adjacent to you. So their adjacency makes them feel like they are an authority on it, right? It's connected to the house, but you don't own it. You have no control over it, which is why there's that mortifying moment of discovering a sink that you did not know was there, that was filled with, as you described it, rain, like old rainwater and bugs, because it talks a lot about, like, again, when we feel like someone has like, when someone has like like when someone holds, when someone is trying to let out frustration and they have that feeling of frustration that feels like it's targeted towards us, we often fear that the stories they're telling aren't necessarily accurate. And that would further be addressed in the connection. And all of this, right? All of this is representative of the fact that ultimately this is a karmic dream, right? Because the one energy that you kept on describing that was making you so angry was the ex, right? Potentially blaming them for the violation because you did say that this was someone that you're currently working with. So, all of this, all of the descriptions that we're seeing here in the dream are articulating the uncomfortability point that you are experiencing in having to work in proximity to the energy of an ex. Because again, the work business, this is supposed, somebody's in your house. It was supposed to be a work meeting. It turned into a party, right? Suddenly, something losing a feeling of being able to keep something professional. Now everything's personal because everybody wants the tea, right? The ability of those finding the coworkers that are now in your room and they're moving your clothes, right? Talking about your business without your consent, moving things around into other rooms, right? You become the topic of conversation and you don't have control over it, though it feels very personal to you because you are the topic of conversation. So the violation and feeling that others are talking about you without your consent, the articulation, the third iteration of the sink. Someone saying, I heard about your sink. It's disgusting. And you being like, I don't have a sink. And you being like, no, it's a sink adjacent to your house. That is further symbol or representative of your ex. Your ex is the sink, right? It's the sink filled with dirty, like with rotten water, filled with bugs, potentially the anxiety and fear of the faucet that expresses, but it's expressing things that are old and stagnating, and they have like the bad intention around it or holding some kind of frustration, and others seeing that and feeling potentially mortified in what they might be revealing or what they might be saying that might not necessarily be accurate but is adjacent because the authenticity that we sometimes feel as it relates to someone saying like that they have personal information about us. So I keep on seeing that a lot of this, like a lot of this is helping you to navigate and recognize how you feel in the presence of a karmic connection. And it's almost saying to me that it's helping you work through a lot of those feelings of the intimacy wound that is now associated in the workspace, because we experience an intimacy wound when it feels like energy is too intimate to us and we have no ability to lay that healthy boundary. Again, bottom of the deck, especially with the Seven of Wands and its reversal, the difficulty about this is it's an impossibility point, right? When someone's talking about, when you feel like you can't tell when someone's talking about you, right? So it's like this is why it's so impossible because like it's almost saying it's so frustrating because what are you going to do? You're going to go around telling everybody don't talk about me. Like you can't lay that boundary down, right? You can't unring the bell. Like they're saying that there's something about the expression of this that's showing you the impossibility of a situation as it relates as the ability to rectify it. It's like the description is helping you understand that sometimes when we realize that there's a muddiness like this, the only thing we can do is get away from a situation because there's no context by which you can lay those healthy boundaries. That's why you were screaming at everyone in the dream. It was an energy to help you recognize and identify and heal an intimacy wound that is literally impossible for you to be able to heal in the terrestrial plane. Because, like I said, you can't go to your work and start demanding that everyone stop talking about you. They'll like you can't like we can't do like you like that in itself, like the energy, like you can't do it. Like energy will think that you're energetically insane. Like you can't tell people not to talk about things. And nor can you ascertain if you feel like someone's talking behind your back, you can't figure it's an impossibility vortex. All you can do is have the feeling, but often that feeling can't be confirmed. So they're saying that ability, the reason that you said it was so out of character for you to scream is because the dream was giving you a space to experience the same anxiety point that you feel in that environment. But the reason the dream was healing was it was giving you tangible reasons why it gave you affirmation to yell at it, right? Because you can't yell at someone for potentially maybe talking about something that you have no idea that they're talking about. But you really can yell at someone if they're in their house and they're moving your clothes around, right? Like it's very much like that like the guides are giving you that dream to a certain extent to help you get it out of your system, to help you find that release valve. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, being semi-LIO. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on this app, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. We've also got 4 spots left for today. 4 spots left if anybody would like to get on the list and claim those spots. The next person we're reading for today is Per. If you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, friends, we are at 54.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 100K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. All right. Hi, Addison. Good to see you. Hold on a minute. Thank you, David, for the follow. I hope you find the ability to have that conversation, Rainbow. I'm going to actually get popcorn out. I love it. Not so much tea. The clothes thing was weird. No, I feel like the clothes thing makes the most, like it makes a lot of sense. They keep on saying to me they were giving you, much like that dream we saw, like giving you reasons, giving you valid reasons to event. Like the guides are trying to create valid reasons for you to be able to express the frustration that you can't communicate in the terrestrial. And Addison, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yep, it is a deep. I mean, it's a deep reading, but they're saying to me like it's a very healing dream because they're trying to give you a context where you feel validated to be able to express your frustration on something. And no one knows except one coworker. Thank you for confirmation, Nikki. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments too. Absolutely judgment-free zone here. Completely agree. Sending you so much support on that journey, Nikki. No, we don't judge you at all, dear. I feel like even though no one knows, they have an idea. And that like that's effectively what this dream was communicating, right? It's giving me a little bit of like the dream is like working through the space of saying no one knows, but what if everybody knows, right? Like it's working through the fear. I feel the whispers and it's like no one knows the truth of how awful I was treated. Exactly. And that's what that was remember that was the distinction point of the sink outside, right? Which is another person's perspective because your sink, and I need to point this out, this is really important. Your sink, you said my sink's immaculate, right? You're not speaking trash to someone, right? That's why you said when they said your sink is awful, you being like, no, my side of the street is clean. I'm not pouring bitterness on someone. And you're like the anxiety that another person isn't following that same standard. Thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Hi there, Purr. Yeah, I kind of want to yell at everyone. Yeah, and he was insanely toxic and traumatized me. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. All right. That was so spot on. Thank you for giving me a safe space. No, thank you for sharing your dream and allowing us to be here to help you through it. I got you, Purr. Missed almost all of the readings today. That's okay. No, totally okay. All right. No worries. Your heart knows, and that's all that matters. Tap to claim. Good to see you, Pops. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Of course, I'm doing one cards. We haven't done them yet, Esteban. Thank you, Jacob, for also being here and receiving these messages. And Crystal, thank you for joining us. Hi there, Dada. Hold on a minute. Where'd you go? Am I liking wrong? My screen says you are at 65. I think I broke the liker. Mine still says I'm at 55. This happens sometimes. But thank you for tapping the screen. Guys, make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll be doing another giveaway when we get to 100K. Popcorn is yummy. Dream. Oh, we're doing a dream. Okay. Context is on Discord. You can read out loud. First dream is silliness. Second is interesting. Are we doing both dreams? So am I pulling two for each? All right. Okay. I wait patiently. Thank you, Esteban. I appreciate your patience. All right. Let's get to it. And all right, we've got it here. We're doing two dreams. We're doing the PERS. We've got two dreams that we're doing right now for PER, and I've got consent to read them out loud. Just a reminder, if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots left for today, 4 spots left. And just bear with me. All right. First dream. Attending in some kind of reality show, hidden cameras, a lot regarding to finding love. Lots of singles, both male and female. I remember a kissing scene with a guy. He's an actor in real life. He turned off the camera and was making noises as it was all a lot juicier than it actually was. I thought, what is wrong with you? Turn the camera on because it's necessary for the show, and also disliked him for being so dramatic. Also having arguments with some girls and not liking small dark rooms. My ex was doing amazing magic with dragon clouds as well, way better than my own magic in the dream. When I woke up, because I went to the toilet in my dream and the light was flickering, okay, my body was not moving, being calm, like in a saltwater cabin with a quiet in zoom in my ear. I assume that's a noise. I was laughing because it was the Truman Show. My higher self was watching. Don't ask me why I had this thought. Second dream. I was living in a new home with my ex-partner. We are kind of friends in real life, where everything was light and freshly painted and really peaceful. I forgot to close the door overnight, and there were leaves piling up in the living room, dried leaves. I didn't mind though, and just laughed at this fact. I was planning to clean it up later. My new neighbors had a big white dog. The dog brought me food, and I was cuddling with the dog, thanking him for sharing tasty food with me. I felt so much love towards the dog. Okay, great. Can I please get two cards for the first dream and two cards for the second? Yep. Yep. Okay. These are both karmic dreams and they're interconnected. And it's important too because it's showing you the differentiations between the karmic connections of the two individuals. Now, as you mentioned, there's a lot of directionality that is focused in the first dream to the most recent ex. Um, and I think that it's really important to notate, and now, and you can confirm this, but it seems to me like these are two individuals, two different exes that we're talking about in this context. Now, the first one is articulating. Okay, the first one is articulating, and if they're the same one, then they're saying to me that it is conditional in terms of how much something has vastly changed um, in the context between where you find yourself versus where you effectively used to be. Now, the first one feels more energetically recent because it says to me that it's having to navigate, and it's really important here because I need to point out that we talk a lot about the fact that when we see houses in dreams, it's really important because houses are ourselves, right? They're our soul. So that's the mansion of the self. But let's talk a little bit about the fact that the first dream was navigating the fact that there was outside of the self, right? The performative aspect of having to navigate and try to find new energetic connection. And effectively, the first dream is articulating upon how frustrating it is when we're building into energetic connections with others when it feels like we have to be performative of the self, right? We often experience this, right? We often talk about the cringeworthy uncomfortability in having to get to know another person, because often when we're trying to get to know another person, we can't be our most authentic self, right? We almost feel often when we're in the space of getting to know another person that we have to perform the act of being ourselves, right? Like this is why we talk about the fact that it's not about shedding the ego entirely. Like we need egos, right? But this is talking about the exhaustion point that you have in the context of having to reintroduce yourself to potential counterpart, right? And it feels like a ridiculous show. It feels energetically unnecessary. It feels exhausted. It feels like a lot of like saccharine grand gestures, things that feel like having, and what is the difficulty that we often have when it relates to meeting someone for the first time? Is this really them? Or is this the facade? Is this the mockery that we often have to move through in terms to understand and recognize the integrity? Now, again, we talk about this, that when we're in a space of being healthy, the outside matches the inside, right? Like I mean, not perfectly, but we work really hard. Like healthy healing is having that ability of the outside matching the inside. And the thing about this is, and this is what I keep on seeing in relationality to you speaking towards the fact that as you were navigating this and you hated it and you hated all of these like these rooms, you hated like all of the pageantry of it, your ex was flourishing, because that would give indications that you feel that someone is much better at being performative in a way that others find appealing, right? Like you kept on saying like nobody liked my magic, but there's like, there's your ex being like, woo, you know what I mean? Like, but that would have to do with the fact of feeling that often when we've got a big ego, right? Someone with a big ego can be very magnetic, can be very appealing, right? It's like the show, ta-da! It's like having a lot of that pizzazz. So the first dream has to do with the context of the exterior world and the frustration in having to navigate a performative space and just feeling completely sick and tired of having to navigate a space where you can't be in your authenticity. The second dream talks about the desire for what you hope to achieve with another. And it also talks about the aspiration of what it is that you're looking for in healthy partnership. Because the space of you saying that you are having a dream where your ex-partner was there, but the house is clean. It was freshly painted. The paint was light. Everything felt peaceful. That is you coming to the recognition point that even though you're frustrated about the process of having to go into finding relationship, you are very satisfied and content with where the relationship with the ex is at present, that it feels like it is actually restored something. It's made something better between you, right? It's cleared the air. It's not, it's like the actual relationship itself has healed, right? And the thing that's important about this, and I like this part about the dream, my favorite part is the leaves that are piling up in the living room having to be the dried leaves. This is the relationship, right? The fall of the relationship, right? Others almost expecting you to be in a state of grieving, right? Because the fact that the leaves were dead leaves, they were dried leaves, it's almost like the space that you are not looking at this as an ending. You're looking at it as a fresh beginning. The fact that you were laughing about the dead leaves getting in the house, it's almost the opinion, it's recognizing the opinion that others may have, saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And you being like, "No, it's okay." Like, no, 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 you don't need to, it's not, like, it's almost like having to work through the fact that you're telling others and they're going, "I'm so sorry," and you being like, "No, no, honestly, it's for the best." Like, it's not feeling like grief, it's feeling like a relief, which is why you were laughing through it. And that brings us to the big white dog, because the big white dog is the energetic higher self. It's working in the context of the fact that you feel like you're honoring the highest self, that the big white dog, to a certain extent, I would almost say that this is the relationality of being able to move towards the ideal energetic counterpart for you. So the gift of the white dog, the feeling that you were having, was the energy of the dog. And I think that this is really important to notate, and this is how we can tell that this is the indication of the energy that you're seeking in divine counterpart. You said that the dog brought you food. Dogs don't bring us food. We bring dogs food. So the energy that you're seeing, right? You're looking for an energetic counterpart that you can take care of. But most importantly, an energy that you can take care of, but someone that takes care of you, someone that prioritizes the nourishing of your soul, right? And so the love of being able to build into the context of a counterpart that effectively not only are you able to care for, right? But also the pet that I keep on saying, the pet that takes care of you, right? The reciprocity in a relationship where you feel the affection of having someone that you almost feel like is a pet, like someone that you feel like you can give all of your love to, but that also nourishes you, puts that same amount of care into making sure that you yourself are fed. This is the articulation of the hope and why you're not sad about this ending, because it's bringing you closer to that divine counterpart and the energetic love you felt in the presence of that creature. Bottom of the deck on this reading, it's working. It's interesting because I see even now, it's not that you don't have grief around something, but they're saying to me that the grief has more to do with the pageantry, right? It's having, like, it's going through all of that messiness that we have to go through, like having to go through all of the dating, having to go through all of like the confessional, having to tell someone about ourselves, having to tell them about our story, the discomfort and the cringe that we feel when we're used to heavy intimacy, and we actually have to feel like we're performing the act of the self in order to find our energetic counterpart. That's why you've had that feeling of, again, watching like a comedic show that the higher self was watching, because it's almost like you yourself are seeing in that way, being like, this isn't me, but yet here we are. I have to do this. So thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. If you'd like to get on the list for today, we've only got 4 spots left for today. If you'd like to secure one of those spots, we're also at 57.3K likes, though Dada insists we're at 67. So make sure you're tapping that screen, because when we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And the next person we are reading for today is Danae. Danae, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Your screen, what does everyone else's screen say? Why is mine behind? This isn't fair. Hold on a minute. But regardless, make sure you're tapping that screen. Let's get the number back to where it's supposed to be. All right. Also, if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, if you'd like to get on the list via a gift, the gift of a baby dragon will also get you on the list for today. We do dream interpretation readings here. We also do past life readings. We do highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, mediumship, pet readings, animal guide readings, also love readings. The only things we do not read for here are pregnancy and medical. And I'm just putting the offer here and we'll continue. We've got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And if you get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the 3rd person read for. Nice and short list. Excellent. All right. Puppy meat. No more puppy. Kitten meat yesterday, puppy meat today. All right. And thank you for the follow, Marco. Yes. Yeah, he was the one that committed the crimes, not me, but I'm wrapped up in it energetically. Thank you for confirmation, Nikki. And again, I feel like the dream was giving you a space to vent in a way that makes sense. May, just curious, how much do dream readings cost? If I had one about a white Siberian tiger years ago, same as all the other readings, May, 3 cards for 28 for non-subscribers. Happy to read for it too. Getting my popcorn. I know, I love them. If I leave the live and come back, it shows a 55. I'm just worried 10K didn't register. That's so bizarre and upsetting. I'm definitely gonna report that when we get off the live, Dada. If you've screenshotted it, let me know. Thank you. And thank you for tapping the screen so much. It really means a lot to me. Finally, some dogs. It's been a cat week up in here. It has been. I'm here for it. No, same X. Thank you for confirming that, Per. it's giving this X is a Gemini. It did, here's the thing, like, I was, it's interesting. I was getting Gemini vibes around something too, Nikki. And thank you, Jennifer, for getting on the list. We've got 3 more spots left for today, 3 more spots left before the list will be closed. Ella, wow, I have dreams often with houses. I didn't know it was a reflection of the soul. Yeah. In my experience, whenever I do readings for, like, whenever I'm doing dream interpretation, it's the mansion of the self, right? So it's like whenever we dream about homes or inhabiting a home, it's the mansion of the self that we're experiencing. I get it. The first dream is the chaotic past. Second is now that I have peace. Thank you, Per. It's not, and what's interesting about it, it's saying to me, it's not so much about the past and the present. It's about the external world versus the internal self, right? It's the pageantry, like the annoying pageantry of society versus the energy that you're actually seeking for. And that it's interesting the fact that you saw that what's nice about a dog, you don't need to put up, like, you can just be yourself. Like, you don't have to go through like all of that song and dance, right? You can just move, you can skip to the good part. David Bowie, Life on Mars popped in my head. Yes, yes, The Freakiest Show. Great song. Hi there, Miranda. Funny because Bowie is so performative. Yeah, I mean that would be like the first part of the dream, right? And used a lot of symbols. Yep. Hi there. Okay, this song is so accurate to this. Now she walks through her sunken dream. One line. Wow, it's beautiful. Blessings to you as well, Logan. And I love the idea of the dog that brings you food because, like, again, it's the ideal counterpart. No cooking of the dog, exactly. We're done with that. We're done with that. We're moving on. You're so welcome, Jacob. Rest easy. Preach. Thank you. I appreciate. I've been dreaming about dogs a lot, but given my current situation, it's understandable. I know you've just going through all the animals right now, Bridget. Absolutely. Nikki, put it in the Discord, in the music, please. Dating is exhausting. That's why I just don't do it. Yep. Beautiful, Sin. Just wow, you made such a great interpretation of the dream. I love this. You're so welcome, dear. Thank you for sharing it with us. I haven't done dating in 20 plus years. Cannot express how little I'm interested in doing that again. Understood, man. Your screen says 66.5. Mine says 60 now. The likes have been weird. You have to go out and come back in to see the full count. That's really frustrating. I see 60 right now. I will listen to the lyrics more accurately. Mine says 57.5. The list right now, JC, if you get on the list right now, you'll be the 4th person read for. And Danae, you're the next person on the list here. If you want to let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I broke it at the liker. Dada. I'm gonna pin that because it just makes me happy. I broke it at the liker. I want a shirt that says that. I want a shirt that says I broke it at the liker. Thank you. Hi there, creative. I got you here. Just spirit led, please. I've been really exhausted since I've gotten back home. Happy to do so, dear. Exactly what you said about the dread of telling someone your whole life story and opening up. Yeah, that's the first part of the dream. Like the ridiculous show of it, the performative aspect. All right. We are doing a reading right now for creative. 4 cards, please. Highest priority messages from spirit. Navigating the exhaustion, please. What do they need to know? I'm going to tell you a few things right now. I mean, first and foremost, don't over internalize some of this exhaustion right now. The one thing we're experiencing is I keep on describing this. This is like the post eclipse doldrums. This energy kind of stinks. I mean that in like the most loving way possible, because like the thing about it you have to recognize is you know, we've got, I keep on stressing this. The eclipse cycle, eclipse energy, eclipses don't have qualities or characteristics. They're unpredictable because they just raise the volume on anything we're experiencing at the time that they arrive. And this one really showed up at a discordant note because it was with the combination of the Venus in retrograde with the Mercury retrograde. So it's been a lot of overthinking. It's been a lot of taking, like, potentially feeling like situations where you're going through difficulty navigating passive aggressive, potentially like feeling like things are directed towards you or having to take, like, worrying about things that you like, you're like, was that personal? And this is the thing about it. And this is why, again, we don't take things personally. We just move with intention. Because I just keep on seeing, and there's a message coming through from your guides. It doesn't matter whether somebody's doing something in a way that it's directed towards you. You get to decide how you react to it. And often in the moment that someone is reacting, is behaving to us in a way that's completely unacceptable. And I keep on seeing, we have the presence of mind not to match them, but to ask the question. Often we create the context by which someone can see why what something they're doing is so unacceptable. But that's why I feel like there's some of this exhaustion point, because I feel like there's a lot of this being like, I almost see some situations you being like, why would you choose to do that? Why would you make that choice? You know what I mean? Like I see like a lot of whys around you because you're being wise. Like here's the thing about it. I feel like that's like you got some kind of owl energy around you because they're saying to me, wise energy doesn't react. They ask the question, why? And so they're saying, like, be very mindful of that. But the thing about it, it's like sometimes it's exhaustive because if someone is coming towards us in a way that doesn't make sense, and we keep asking the right question and they keep going away, we get to see everything we need to know in that moment. Because if you ask the question why and someone can't answer it, that's usually reflective of something that's coming from their ego, right? Like there it is. Like if like I keep on pointing, like the guides are like clear. If you ask a question and someone doesn't respond to it, that's because like that's your answer. So just like the first, it's like a two-part message. That's the first part. Don't have to put on your investigation hat if someone's not answering simple questions. Energetic, confusing energy, like energy that wants attention, will move in confusing ways. Let that be all you need to know. Energy that wants attention but does not lead with intention will move in confusing ways, right? That can be your closure point. You don't need, like, there, and you cannot, like, listen, you cannot dive into a situation that's confusing and try to find logic. There's no amount of logic you can bring to a confusing situation if someone is not being reasonable. And that's why I keep on seeing, don't try to argue with someone. Ask the logical question. Um, the other thing I'm seeing is I just feel like you're going through like this, you're going through a lot of this work right now as it relates to the fact, and here's the thing about it, the guides are saying the energy around you hasn't changed. You've changed. You're holding yourself to a higher standard. You're being more logical about things. I feel like you're tapping into your higher self more. And I need to point out, the funny thing about it is when we start tapping into our higher self, we start seeing a lot more nonsense around us. Because if we're in our authenticity and someone's being ridiculous and we're just not being triggered by it anymore, it's like you just start seeing a lot more absurdity is what I keep on seeing. Let that be confirmation that you're moving in the right direction. Because I keep on seeing these are situations and circumstances that you're navigating that used to devastate you and now just perplex you, right? And if something used to devastate you and now it perplexes you, congratulations, because you're not over internalizing another person's confusion towards you. You're just seeing it with like I see you being like, that's weird. Why are you being weird? Like I see you being like, why are you being weird? If someone can't explain, like basically the message is if someone can't explain why they're being weird, it's not your business to figure it out. Like that's like that's a them problem. Like that's a them problem. It's not a you problem. As long as you're doing your job not to be weird and trying to be as open and like and clear as possible, and someone's being weird, like their weirdness can be your closure point, right? Be like, yeah, they're being weird. Because again, I need to stress this. If someone can't say what's bothering them from their, like, if they can't clear their throat chakra, if you can't say it from your chest, that's something they need to fix in themselves. Because I keep on seeing you being, I see you in a space being like, I'm open to have a conversation, you know? It's like don't let someone make you feel, and I keep on getting the same message for you to a certain extent. You can extend an olive branch and say, I'd love to have a conversation with you, but you don't have to cut down the tree. You don't have to go out of your way for it, you know? Be be don't over give right now. Give like just regulate on what feels like it creates a sense of catharsis for you, and let the universe handle the rest, you know? Like move some, I keep on saying gentle put like gentle, gentle taps, not hard pressure, right? Like like giving someone the ability to recognize what they need to work on, but telling them that they're supportive, that you're supportive in the process, but at the same time saying, I'm not waiting for you. Like that's why I see some of this exhaustiveness, because I just see you like wrapping your head around how confusing something is. But the important thing is that you're not over internalizing the confusion, right? And sometimes when you see that, again, I keep on getting message from your guides. You're exhausted in some kind of situation that you would have been devastated, right? You're just like it's make sure that you're just working to build into that state of finding that even keel, feeling like what supports to you without overextending yourself. Bottom of the deck. Especially if someone's being weird in communication. You literally, I gotta stress this. You can close something by saying they're being weird. Like that can be your closure point. You don't need to put on your detective hat. If somebody's doing something that doesn't make sense, like, and you ask them to explain themselves and none of their explanations are making sense, that can be your closure point. You can be like, yeah, they're being weird. Like, it's like, and I feel like there's something about this here. Like, I feel like there's something about some energy coming towards you that doesn't feel like it's consistent. And I got to point out, a lack of consistency is also very weird, right? Like that is also weird. Like we can be energetically consistent. And again, if we're not consistent and we're being weird and we ask questions, it's like I keep on seeing, don't exhaust yourself demanding answers. If you're asking questions and not receiving them back, let that be your closure, you know? Thank you. So I keep on seeing like water off a duck's back, you know? Don't get all stressed about it. Take note of it. And I'm going to say this again, if there's some kind of situation where every time you ask something, another person's walking away, when they come back, that's not a chalkboard erase moment, that's a bookmark. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Melly. And if this message connected to you, Danae, and if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you would like to book a private reading, you can book one on my site. or if you'd like to get on the list to be read for if you'd like to get on the list to be read for on um, Saturday, on Sunday, you can get on the list now. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, we are at 61.4K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. Also, when we get to the conclusion of the reads for today, I will be gifting a reading back. I will be doing 1 card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like a card pulled today, you can become a subscriber and you will have your card pulled once we complete the list. Next person on the list for today is Allie. Allie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Yeah, it doesn't move until it's stuck. That's so weird, Dada. Yes, get on the Discord and post any and all pets you have. Yes, please. We love to see the pets. Went out and back in, same count. Good to know, Heather. Which May? I just want to make sure. I'm not sure what you mean, May. I feel so lazy. It's listen, creative. It has to work. It's this energy out of the eclipse. And it's also due to the fact that we've got Mercury and Venus bouncing back and forth. Like they were in Aries and then they're back in Pisces. It's like a lot of this yo-yo. It's very, and again, sleep is not great here either right now because um energy in Pisces, very drowsy, hard to get up. Aries, hard to stay down. So you might need to take a lot more naps right now too. Prioritizing rest. Oh, we are in Aries season, but we're getting to Libra full moon, which is ops for Aries. No, I know. It's finding balance in less than ideal circumstances. I don't know. I don't think what we're experiencing right now is the draining of the energy of Aries from Libra. I think it has more to do with the bouncing back and forth of Mercury and Venus into Aries and then back into Pisces because of the retrogrades. And also with also Neptune moving into Aries as well. And thank you, Naomi, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys sharing the live. Not me tuning into the investigation, and not me tuning into the investigation hat portion. Welcome, Ruby. Good to see you. That is so deep. Energy that wants attention and doesn't move with intention acts in confusing ways. Absolutely. Keeping that one. You're welcome, Nikki. You're so welcome, Will. Had a question for my BF, and he clearly didn't answer the question. I'm tired too. Sending you so much support on that journey, May. This is true. I just be super confused. That confusion can be your closure. If you're asking for clarity and all you're getting is confusion, let the confusion be your closure. Right? We do not owe, like, our emotions for each other are not one another's responsibility except confusion. Because if we have a question, another person can provide the clarity on it. Oh, it's amazing, Bridget. Bon compleanno. Exactly. Go be weird over there. Exactly. Yes. You go be weird all the way over there. You stay over there and be weird. Cool. Just stay right there. Okay. Good. There's good weird. You can be good weird, right? I mean, I'm weird, but I'm like, I try to be transparent about my weirdness. Try to own my weirdness. Own your weirdness. Don't be weird about your weirdness. Own your weirdness. Okay. I had a hard time with that myself. I needed straight answers. We all need straight answers. The not getting straight answers is weird. Doesn't have to be that way. Had a hard time letting inconsistency be the answer. Sending you support on that journey, Dada. I know it's not easy. Weird is good. It teaches. There's good weird. Okay, like there's good weird. There's good transparent weird. Be good transparent weird. Don't be weird weird. Don't be weird weird. That was my mom's favorite statement. Water off a duck's back. Oh, let that serve as further confirmation. Right? You can't, no amount of logic is going to fix a confusing situation. The only thing that fixes it is clarity. If you're being clear, make sure someone else is being clear. Yo-yo, I like, no, it's, no, we're going through a yo-yo right now. It's this back and forth between Aries and Pisces. Consistency, what is so difficult about it? I mean, it's a difference between aspiration and inspiration. I've been leaving that person alone, tired of the weird communication, sending you support on that journey, creative. Continue to do so. Hi there, Bean, spirit led, whatever they have for me. I got you. All right, can I get 4 cards, please? Thank you for being a subscriber. Highest priority messages from spirit. What do we got? And 1 more, please. Oh man, Neptune's just coming in hot for you, huh? So the one thing I want to point out that's happening right now is, and I need to stress this. This is like what I've been like. This has been happening for a lot of energy right now. Neptune's moved into Aries. And the thing is that Neptune is the memory bank. It's everything. It's where we store memories. It's the things that we hold. And the thing about that's happening right now is that Neptune has moved into Aries. Mercury and Venus move behind Neptune during the retrograde. And this is interesting because Mercury is like the innovation and like energy. It's the insight. It's the adaptability. It's being able to see something with clarity. And I keep on describing this as Mercury like waking up behind Neptune. So the ability to see things from the past in a context that we haven't seen them before. I keep on getting devastating clarity, right? There's potentially a lot of work that's happening right now as it relates to potentially recognizing cycles of the self, or recognizing energetic cycles of others. Now, I need to point this out. It's not, cycles are not negative, right? Cycles, like this is what Mercury teaches us whenever we go into retrograde. Cycles are positive. Everything is in the realm of being an energetic cycle. But the cycles that restore us, that nourish us, those are our grooves. We could do that forever, right? We find our groove. We feel that adaptability point. Like we find those things that give our life meaning, that capacity for energetic excitement, that space of delight, if you will, that allows the context by which we choose to grow. But often during these Mercury retrograde cycles, we get knocked off, we move out of a cycle, and we sometimes see a cycle that is not healthy, something that feels energetically frustrating, something that feels like it confounds us, something that feels like it takes from us, something that feels like it's energetically exhaustive, right? Or unhealthy. And so I feel like a lot of the messages that I'm seeing right now that are coming towards you is, work on identifying the energetic cycles that feel like they're restorative for you. Identify what feels like those points of energetic progress that allow the context by which you just feel like you could do something indefinitely because you enjoy it so much. Versus if there's something right now that feels like it's confounding you, recognize what the energetic hurdle is, right? Because I keep on seeing that there's like, this is some heavy, heavy energy coming towards you right now during this cycle that like it almost feels restorational. It feels energetically positive. Like I feel like there are a lot of there's potentially opportunities from the past kind of returning back to you in some way. But that's why they keep on saying, make sure that you're doing the work to identify what feels energetically restorative, what feels like you can see and identify progress, something that feels like it's working and working in alignment to you and your manifestation goals, versus situations or circumstances that feel like they're trying to draw you back towards something that didn't feel like that didn't feel that it was good for you, that didn't feel like it was moving towards a manifestation goal, that feels more like um like feels more in alignment to something trying to create like and I keep on hearing like the difference. Like, I feel like there's a little bit of clarity that may be arriving right now in the space of the word. I keep on hearing the word miss, right? Because when we've been actively healing from something and another person comes towards us and they say, like, I missed that, sometimes we get all the clarity we need as to what another person's ideal was versus something that we were struggling through, right? Like, let that inform you because I keep on hearing like the energy and alignment to you isn't going to miss anything. They're going to be like recognizing and saying, I understand something was not ideal. I recognize that something needs to change. But if this is a situation where someone's talking like if this is a situation where someone's coming towards you and talking whimsically about something that was a struggle for you to go through, right? Something that was like extremely painful. Recognize that's because they're identifying that that was their ideal. That was everything that they wanted it to be, right? Like, and that's often why we have those moments that show us how far we've come. Because in a moment that another person comes towards us and they don't say, like, I want to fix things, they say, I miss it. We suddenly go, I don't miss it. That wasn't the ideal. And we suddenly realize and say, you weren't trying to change that. You're trying to bring it back. So just like, don't, I keep on saying, it's really important right now that you don't lose your own progress. And they keep on hearing the energy that's in alignment to you is going to understand the assignment. They're going to know what they need to work on. They're not going to be in a space of like reminiscing on something that you've been actively healing from. I want to give you bottom of the deck. There's something also, I feel like there's something in relationality about returning to some kind of work right now. I keep on seeing something that you put aside that you may be able to see now with some fresh eyes. Like it almost says to me, like, this is a good time if you got some kind of art or something that you've been working on that you feel like you were blocked on. Like now might be a good time to revisit it because they're saying that there's something about your own progress that's giving you a new perspective to something that you couldn't see before. Thank you so much, Bean, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list for a reading on Sunday now. We'll also be doing one card readings for subscribers once we get to the conclusion of today's list. The next person on the list for today is Jennifer. Jennifer, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is closed. But as I mentioned, if you'd like to get on the list, you can secure your spot for the next time I'm on live. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And my friends, we are at 66K likes. I think we're at 66. Everyone's got different numbers. When we get to 100K, I will be doing another drawing and gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. All right. It said 66.9 for the last 20 minutes. It's so bizarre, Dada. Tate, all I know is the full moon is supposed to be a game changer for me. Aries here. I love that. I want that for you as well, Tate. How many more on the list? How much longer? We've got two more on the list here, and then we're going to move into one card readings for subscribers. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Good to see you today, Lioness. The Venus retrograde has such a double-edged beauty and pain, highlighting what we truly want. It does, doesn't it? And that's why I kept on seeing like navigating through difficulty with a sense of compassion right now is key. You know, compassion for the self, compassion for others. All right. Yes, don't be weird about your weirdness. Exactly. Just be open about your weirdness. Just be openly weird, you know? Oh, I love it. Continue to believe we're all connected to various iterations of the same oversoul. That's a beautiful way of viewing it too, Heather. I mean, we're all connected to source. Similar stories, even if different individuals. Beautifully said. I love that. I have Aquarius and Neptune, Aries and Jupiter. Aquarius and Neptune is awesome. Like Aquarius and Neptune is just like, it's so dreamy. And Aries and Jupiter, it's like doing things like, it's like go big and or go big or go home energy, right? So yes, I heard someone's story and I felt I lived it. That's beautiful. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. Absolutely. Yes. Don't tell me what happens in the future. I want to be surprised. I love that. It's been heavy, definitely going towards more restorative energy. Continue to focus in that way. Full moon in Libra is what happens. I love that, Per. That resonates a lot. I'm happy with my growth, but I know some people don't see it as positively. Well, and I need to point this out. If you're happy with your growth and others are disappointed, what were they expecting? You know, like that's the thing about it. If you're like, it's not like it's a lot of this work that we're doing right now is not, it's like meeting expectations, but meeting expectations with um understanding and seeing others, you know? Like it's just it's a lot of that work and being like, like again, often being on the path work into the self requires the ability to disappoint those that want something other than what it is that we aspire for. Yes, because you're making them see themselves through their growth. Tap to claim. Noted. I'm super proud of my progress and don't want to regress. Energy that's in alignment to you is going to celebrate that progress, right? They're not gonna want something oppositional to you and say that they're disappointed that you're progressing. Art. I haven't done anything art based since I was divorced. Maybe now's a good time, eh? There's a lot of incubation energy right now. A lot of returning back to something we used to find pleasure in. JC, hi, dear. Highest good or love, whatever you feel. I got you, dear. Or should I say relationship, not necessarily love? Whatever you prefer, dear. All right, can I please get 3 highest priority messages, please? And one more. I don't want you settling right now. I don't want you settling right now on anything because I keep on seeing, and I think that this is really important because um, I want you to avoid things that feel like I'm kind of seeing something here. Like I want you to avoid things right now that feel like they're okay, right? Oh, I keep on seeing okay isn't your manifestation goal, you know? Like, and this is, I gotta stress this, like, this is like I keep on getting the message about like conscientious about something that is wishy-washy. And I need to stress this here. Like when I say wishy-washy, I don't mean like someone that doesn't have desire towards you, but someone who doesn't know what they want with you. You know? I keep on hearing like a healthy relationship is one that you build dreams together. You know, you don't, I keep on hearing you don't do it at your leisure. Um, because there's, and that's what I mean. Like, and I need to, okay, so I need to work through this. Um, one person's, this is not enough is another person's, this is exactly what I need. One person's, this is not enough is another person's, this is exactly what I need. And when we're building into, this is why we often talk about the fact that love isn't necessarily enough to create the basis of a good energetic connection. Because what often happens when we have those moments that we have a lot of passion for another person, we sometimes hit that variance point, which is when we hit that impasse between one person's this is not enough is another person's this is exactly what I need. And the ability to recognize that, the ability to talk through it, the ability to identify like what feels like, and that's why I keep on seeing they're saying make sure the energy that you're in alignment to wants the same things as you on the same timeline, because that's going to avoid a situation of building into an impasse between this is everything I need versus this is not enough for me. And I keep on seeing here like I'm also getting the message a healthy relationship is one that can broach a difficult conversation on clarity of direction, right? A good relationship creates that context of helping us recognize what we can expect. And if this is one of those situations that someone's trying to like, you know, like say we'll get there eventually, it's okay for you to say, can you give me a timeline? Because I keep on hearing eventually isn't a plan. Eventually isn't a plan. And again, the word if someone says we'll get there eventually, it feels to me like you almost have to say to another person, can you give me like I keep on hearing you don't have to ruin a surprise by giving someone clarity on what they can expect. Surprises aren't ruined. Like surprises don't mean blindsided. Is what I keep on hearing. A surprise is not the same as being energetically blindsided. And the reason they're saying that is because they're effectively saying you can have an idea as to a window of time when you can expect something to happen, but still be surprised when it occurs. So that's why I keep on seeing make sure that you're having healthy conversations as it relates to whether you are on the same timeline of another person. And if someone is saying, you know, I don't want to spoil the surprise, you can almost say to them, like, well, they're saying you can have this conversation, which is saying the difference between a surprise and being blindsided is making sure that we're on the same timeline, right? Because I keep on seeing, like, I feel like there's something about this here that's got you in some kind of state of anticipation. The clarity of a healthy relationship is being able to recognize and know what to expect, right? It's not, it's again, healthy surprises are not being blindsided. Don't let someone articulate to you and say that they don't, that they're trying to surprise you when instead they're just keeping you in a space of like constant anticipation. I also want to give you some bottom of the deck message, something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, healthy, like the healthy relationship is one that we're able to see, like make plans ahead of time, right? It's not that a healthy relationship can't be spontaneous, but it shouldn't rely on spontaneity because spontaneity creates anxiety. Like spontaneity all the time creates a space where you don't know what's going to happen next, right? And it often creates those moments that you're scared to make plans because you're worried someone's going to tell you that they're free or available. That's why I'd say in a situation like this, if someone's in a space where they're constantly surprising you or you don't know what to expect from them, you might have to put a rule in place saying, like, you make plans ahead of time with me or not at all, right? Like the consideration point between the difference of someone who does something spontaneously once in a while versus someone that's constantly got you in a state of anticipation is the difference between feeling the joy of a delightful surprise versus the anxiety of perpetually waiting for something because you don't know when to expect it. So make sure that the relationship is supporting a healthy nervous system. right? Don't let it be a space of anxiety. Let it create a space of nourishment. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Jennifer. And if this and don't let someone confuse say that they're surprising you when in fact they're blindsiding you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Jennifer. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed. But if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my site. You can also send the donation so that you'll be the first person read for when we return on Sunday. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. We're also at 67.9K likes. If we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. And thank you for joining us, Adam. No, I didn't log off. I've been here the whole time, dear. For real, I don't want to end up 5 years down the road still hoping for them to change. No, we don't build to potential. We build towards the aspirations we're mutually creating with one another. I love this conversation point. Thank you, Brittany. Know from experience, same, been blindsided. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I'm in tears at the accuracy. It's exactly what I needed to hear. You confirmed everything I felt. I'm so glad these messages helped, Jennifer, and I'm sending you so much support on that journey. You got this. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments as well. I loved when you said it's like steering a ship together. Agree on the destination, journey, and journey separately. Tap to claim. Well, again, when we have clarity of direction, it allows us to focus on growth of the self. You know, divine protection, tap to claim, not letting people know what is going to happen so they can surprise has a big flaw. But again, you can have, you don't, a surprise can happen in the condition of knowing what is anticipated and creating a moment of delight and expectation. That's a surprise. A surprise is having expectation and then having a delightful moment that something is better than you expect. Blindsided is not knowing what's happening one moment to the next. It's literally not having any context of security. Don't let someone confuse blindsiding you with the surprise. Tani, thank you for the follow. If people are anticipating a surprise and nothing happens over and over again, exactly. That's how you erode a nervous system. Yes, matches now. Thank you as well, Dada. Oh, I'm glad it matches. Wonderful. I've waited for consistency and clarity too long, thinking I was being gentle with this healing. Timeline. And again, when's the next time we can return to this conversation? Right? Not something that can be pushed forward, something that needs to be energetically addressed. Instead of what actually happens is continual disappointment. Sending you support on that journey as well, Heather. Build on the aspirations we're mutually wanting. Don't remember what you said verbatim, but yes, thank you as well, May. As long as we agree on where we're going and our intention, then surprises are fun. Exactly, Nikki. Tap to claim. Yep, Tate, I've got you on the list. You're the next person we're reading for, dear. Like someone breaking up with you, but then getting you flowers for V-Day. That would be the definition of being blindsided. Thank you, Bridget. Tate, can I get a message for my future self within partnership? I love that. I love that. Okay. 4 cards, please. Thank you. You got 5 cards. We're going to read all of them because that's what we do. Oh, Tate, you're going to love these cards. You got to walk through it right now. I know you're frustrated. I know you're tired. They're saying you got to move through it and you can't let yourself get upset. You can't let yourself get triggered. Because here's the thing. And I keep on, like, your higher self is saying to me that you had this past tendency of, getting volatile when someone wasn't showing up for you. I keep on hearing that the higher self is saying when someone is not treating you sacredly, there is nothing, like, it is not your responsibility to have to explain to someone why they're not treating you sacredly. And it is not your, and they're saying like, and a lot of it has to do with your space of compassion. Like the higher self is saying, there is only one energy on this planet that we should give the concession to in relationality to not treating us energetically sacredly. And that energy is like little energy, child energy. It's like child energy. If child energy isn't treating someone energetically sacred, then it is our duty. It is our honor to help an energetic child understand why it is important and valuable to to treat energy sacredly. They're saying that the only conception that's been happening is that you carry some of that work forward, right? Like you've been trying to like educate energy full grown on a lesson that we give the energetic child. They're saying don't confuse another person's choice with a lesson. Don't confuse another person's choice with a lesson. They're saying that there's been a shift. It happens often around the Saturn return. You have to recognize that after a certain point, and it's not that we can't still work through lessons, but they're saying, remember that this is not their first experience here. This isn't their first rodeo. Like that's why why do we say why do we say it's not my first rodeo? Because it means that we're not flying blindly. We don't It's not that we don't know what we're doing. It's that everything that we do, every time we have a rodeo, we make choices instead of reacting to things. And so they're saying to a certain extent, remember, like they're saying, like write it down. When someone's not acting properly towards you, instead of talking to them, they're saying write down, not my first rodeo, not their first rodeo, right? It's not like they're brand new. It's not like they just came here and they just arrived and they have no idea what they're doing. That these are choices, right? And so your ability of identifying that, and I keep on saying it's not the fact that energy can't change, but it becomes you can't change unless you're able to identify and recognize where the work is. And they're saying that energy that's willing to put in the work will not hesitate in apologizing and saying that was not acceptable. And they'll do it for themselves. They're saying they'll do it for themselves. They won't say that they're even doing it for you. They'll say, I hold myself to a higher standard, right? Because I just keep on, and the reason they're saying this is because I just keep on seeing. I just don't know where all this energy is coming from. I got all this energy coming around you with some kind of sob story. I got all this energy trying to come towards you with violins. Like cue the music. I want to meet with you. Oh, I gotta tell you. It was all like I can see them being like, and they're saying like, what is a sob story? A sob story is it was all them. Look what they made me do. I didn't want to do that. Look what they did. I didn't want to do that. Like I keep on hearing it's a sob story because the sob story is look what they made me do. Right? And when someone says, and they're saying, remember, someone who says, look what they made me do will one day turn into look what you made me do. They're saying that really loudly. They're saying, never forget, look what they made me do will turn to look what you made me do in a heartbeat. So they're saying, make all that, the only difference is proximity. The only difference is proximity. So be very conscientious about that because that ability of taking accountability, saying, Nobody is responsible for my decisions but my own. The energy that owns up to those things, the energy that says, I hold myself to a standard, nobody makes me do anything, that's the energy that's healing. That's the energy that recognizes where the work begins. And that's why they're saying, like, because I got at least two different energies around you right now that would love it, that would love an ear. They would love it. They would loved it. They would loved it. They would loved it. They would love to take you out. They would love to give you an explanation of something. But and they're saying, and the guys are the higher your higher self is saying, look, if it would give you closure to listen to them, go for it. But they're saying, be very attentive to how they sing that song and the difference in the song between the energy that's truly in a space of healing. I'm sorry, I need to take accountability for that. That was completely unacceptable versus the energy that says, I just wanted to tell you, look what they made me do. You'll you can tell the difference. Bottom of the deck. Who they who? They, who's they? What the heck is they? When you hear they, that just means I am extremely easily influenced. You know what I mean? Like I keep on hearing like that's what they're saying. When you hear the word they, like what they're really singing, the energy of saying, look what they made me do is the song of someone saying, I am incredibly easily influenced. Like, I am incredibly what? Make it make sense. You don't need to make it make sense. The higher self has made sense of it. So they're saying just don't like recognize energy that holds you sacredly holds themselves to that standard. They say that is unacceptable, right? They don't say none of this I don't know where this they nonsense is coming from. Thank you so much, Tate, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Also, if you'd like to get on the list to be read for next time I'm on live, which will be on Sunday, you can do so now, and you will be the first person added to the list. We are going to now have one card readings for subscribers. So if you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, you can hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen. Or if you're joining us on the place where we keep the videos, you can, your becoming a member there will also entitle you to a free card as well. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. I'm so glad it matches now. Yeah, that's absurd, Bridget. Oh my God, that's wild. Sent a birthday present in the mail after we ended. I threw it in the garbage. That's a blind side. Yep. I want that question for my two cards. I love that, Bridget. Yes, it's like the present wasn't for me. This was for you to feel good about yourself. I mean, it's like a sting, right? It's like it's like I love those because those are like knife gifts. Be like this just creates confusion. It just creates more of that sense of trying to hurt, you know? Same here, present. I kept it though. I love presents. That's fair. I don't judge you on that, Per. Currently watching TV on my nice present. I love that, Bridget. Nicole, thank you for the gifts. In college, had a huge crush on a gal pal. Group went to the woods for V-Day and was going to talk to her. A Sasquatch appeared. No, it didn't. No way. That's wild. No, you got to post that story. That's dope. What the fudge? I'm sorry. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. That would give Denny's anxiety. That is, that's anxiety inducing. Like ending something and then sending gifts afterwards. Like it's confusing. It's just more confusing energy. Yeah. I mean, it's one thing if you're in a healthy space with someone, but if you left something in a confusing way and then you're sending gifts, like it's mixed messages. It was her ex-boyfriend who was tall and older and flowers for her. Okay, that's a Sasquatch. Thank you for confirming, Rainbow. The nerve, not even to sign it. That's wild. Yes, I'm just taking the notes and moving on. Yeah, that's what they're saying to do. You know, like they're saying just like We went back to my friend's room. I was crushed. The joys of V-Day. Oh, that's a heck of a story. You should write that down or share it because it's incredible. If you're not taking on the lessons, then you're burnt on the consequences of their lessons. Tap to claim May, beautifully put. Yes, the Titanic music. As if we want the nice presents to keep. I love it. The ship is going down. I love it, Tate. Yep, my ex made me delete you as my friend. Yeah, what, like make it like what? Made. Look what you made me do, Taylor Swift. Tap to claim. Tap to claim. Exactly. Thank you. It was a sweatshirt about pasta and wine, trying to be like, I know you. Psh, send diamonds. I need that on a shirt. I want a shirt that says send diamonds, actually. That would be a great shirt. So spot on. The return of all the people that hurt me is upon me. Thank you. Oh, Tate. Like it's like just walk through it. Like yay, honestly when I was reading it, it was like yay that I walk. I'm like, I'm not saying that. He's like, he'll get it. He'll get it. Like, thank you. Yes, they falling telling you on yourself that you're weak. Yeah. I've had past BFs that are still broken over losing past GFs. You get to see why those GFs left. I mean, sometimes those moments are painful, you know, but it's bittersweet. It's tough though because I'm human and this has been a lonely. No, I see it. No, I mean, and that's the thing about it. Like I feel like I can see it. Like there's an intensity there. It feels like I keep on seeing it. It feels like salt on the wound. And that's why they're saying this. They won't stop telling future GFs about their past. And again, it's not the fact that we don't have difficult things that occur, but like we identify and recognize what we could have done better. Like we see, like when we're in proportionality, we understand like what we have to change within the self versus what we experienced. We calibrate. Jennifer, oof, so true. They made me is just a way to show. Yeah, like that was a heavy download. I hadn't received like that was a download straight from Tate's higher self. They made me do it. You look what they made me do will turn into look what you made me do in a heartbeat. Me a card for love for Squidia. Listen, here's the thing, training wheels right now. Don't get all twisted up on yourself if you're not doing something perfectly. Let this Libra full moon help you recognize what you're working to improve, right? Appreciate the progress. Don't get frustrated. Focus on what is fixable. Remember, the past is a repository, it's not an armory, especially in love. Not looking back on the past for weapons, looking back on the past for tools. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Energy that's always looking back in the past for weapons is always harboring a reason why to do something. The past should not be a reason to exclude present behavior. It should be about rising higher, not falling lower. All right. OD, these are subscriber readings. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Nicole, I cannot do medical readings here, but I will give you a card to help you support you on your journey of healing. Can I get help? Can I get a card for Nicole? Message as it relates to their healing journey. Articulating that you need help is the first step. Share it with others. Tell others. Tell them that. Energy that's in alignment to you saying, I need help with this. Remembering in the moment saying, I can't trust myself with something going forward. Build that support system, right? I need help. The statement I need help means it's the work that's laid out. Focus on the support system for a moment where you feel like you're going to need that help, right? It's not a strength training exercise. It's recognizing and identifying a weakness and having the supportive network there for when you feel energetically weak. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's not about being strong. Remember, I need help is not about being strong. It's telling others what to do and how to help you when you inevitably feel weak on that journey. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nicole, and I'm sending you so much support on that journey. OD, again, happy to draw a card for you if you'd like to become a subscriber. Bean, one card focused on this upcoming weekend. Highest party messages from Spirit, please. I feel like there's catharsis here. There's something bittersweet, recognizing what can change versus what needs to be moved away from. Bottom of the deck, honor your feelings. I keep on seeing a healthy relationships can navigate hard conversations. They're not broken by them. Let it fortify you. Don't let it don't let it devastate you if that's not occurring. Alexandra, one card on that connection. Highest party messages from Spirit, please. I mean, I see something here. It feels like someone having a breakthrough, particularly in relationality to what it is that they want to manifest. Bottom of the deck. I see, like, this is like kind of like, the thing is, a healthy manifestation is one that you can share with another, right? Like when we keep a manifestation to ourselves, like I keep on hearing, like there's a tendency of someone who'd rather apologize than ask for permission, which is wild because I see a situation where it's like there's like you're the ultimate yes partner. There's nothing that you wouldn't agree to so long as you were doing it together. But that's the thing about it. Like I see someone that realizes or feels like they blew something because they didn't take your word for something, you know? It takes a lot, like this is like it takes a lot of humility to be able to trust. Addie, one card in the next few weeks. Feeling frisky. I like that. That's all that Aries energy coming in. Embrace change right now. Roll with it. Listen, don't get focused on the day that you expect to have. Arrive at the day that you're having, is what I keep hearing. Bottom of the deck, yeah. Don't build into expectation, build into opportunity. And often recognizing opportunity is allowing adaptability, right? Making the best out of situations, not perseverating over something not going the way you expected. Two cards, future self within divine union. I love that question, Bridget. Two cards, please. Thank you for that gift, Lydia. Woo! Look at that. I mean, this is saying to me, there's something about the naturalness of an energetic connection. I feel like there's something about this connection that's coming towards you that doesn't feel forced. It almost feels symbiotic. It's like a little bit of that energy. And I keep on seeing, remember I kept on saying, just when I gave up, just when I gave up, they pulled me back in. Because I keep on seeing this every time I read for you, I see someone that says, I'm done. And their guide keeps on saying they haven't begun. Now they're ready to begin. It's like in the moment that someone says they're done, they're ready to begin because they're not trying so hard. And I see that in a way, you're moving in your authenticity as well. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. I feel like you're in the space where you're just like, it's interesting because I feel like you're coming into your authenticity. You're not working to impress someone. And again, sometimes when we're not working to impress another, our natural beauty shines through. So I feel like there's something about that that's happening for you, which is like, I feel like this is you kind of like it's giving me like it's interesting. It's giving me like easy tiger kind of energy, which is like the confidence of someone who is strong of themselves, right? They don't look outside of the self for they don't look outside of the self for validation. Again, Odie, I'm afraid these are subscriber readings. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you, dear. I wouldn't hear anything for days and weeks and flowers show up. That's not consistent. And that's being blindsided, JC. Sending you so much support on that. Rainbow, one card, childhood BFF, reconnected, current energy. It feels positive. It feels like someone that's glad that you guys are already in connection. Like I feel like there's somebody here who's very optimistic. And that's the thing about it. Like I keep on seeing someone that says it's good to know we're okay. you know Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Heather. And I keep on seeing like it's like I feel like there is a little bit of like where to go from here energy. So you might want to talk to someone about creating some plans, right? doing something that feels productive. I just see someone that's just very busy. Oh, you had a birthday dinner recently. That's wonderful. Chrissy, one card on how they're feeling. Come on. Working on something, trying to learn something. That's what I keep on seeing. Trying to do something in a different way. Bottom of the deck. I feel like there's somebody who's really trying to focus on building towards a manifestation goal, but like working through some insecurity of the self in the process. Oh, all right. Oh, hold on a minute. Lost my spot. Who's like a toddler? Thank you as well, Addie. I just had a spidey sense of good to check on childhood BFF's energy. That's beautiful. The return of the Exodus reminds me of a zombie apocalypse. Yes. A card for Nicole, please. Highest party messages from Spirit. This is good. I mean, listen, like, I feel like there's something about having some kind of breakthrough in relationality to communication. Talk about how you feel. You know, I keep on saying extend that olive branch, but I already know what this is going to say. Yeah, but you don't have to like, don't force things, you know? Like you can extend an olive branch without knocking, like without cutting down the tree. Like offering, like articulating, like it never. I keep on hearing, it never hurts to ask. Or articulate like that space. Like I remember a no. Sometimes a no now is actually a not yet. You know. I never had a retrograde like this. I guess it means something big is on. This retrograde's been ridiculous. This was a really rough one. I know. A card on divine counterpart. They're sick of it too. They're like literally in the same space as you. They're like so fed up with it. They're like, I am done. I feel like your counterparts like moved into their villain era. Yeah, they're like, look, they're like, I will be the villain. Like I feel like they're entering the frustration, like they're entering where you used to be, where they're like, I am sick of it. Like, they're just like they're like in ultimate cutoff energy right now. They're like, absolutely not. No, you don't want to claim that energy. I don't want to be the brunt of others' lessons and consequences. No, 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 in no way, shape, or form. Estevan, one card for love, please. Highest party messages from Spirit, please. Energy, energy that prioritizes the same thing that you desire is the energy that's for you. I want you to keep saying that as your manifestation. I prioritize the energy that prioritizes me and wants the same things as me. I prioritize energy that wants the same things. I like the ones that the ones what I meant want, and on the same timeline. I keep on hearing. I prioritize energy that prioritizes me and wants the same things as me. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, you don't miss your person. You haven't missed anything. Why? Because the energy that's for you, energy that the energy that's for you prioritizes you and wants the same things as you. They don't demand, they build. They don't give reasons why not, they give reasons why to. One card on Ginger, please. Where are they? This is like they're fine, they're safe, is what I keep on seeing. Um, like I see someone like, what is this? Why are they so sluggish? Are they pregnant? Um, this is I feel like they're carrying something. That's the thing that's interesting about it. Or they're being like there's something about this. Like there's some kind of transition energy around them. Um, but I know that there's like I keep on hearing. I know that there's some concern about something, but they're saying they're okay to me. They're saying I'm fine. Like it's not bothering them. You're welcome, Nicole. Nikki, can I have a card on how best to support my partner when they're down or triggered? Beautiful question. Um, Remind them who they are. Remind them how you see them. I feel like they doubt themselves a lot. You know, like help them remember. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, don't let them give up on things. Reaffirm, like I keep on saying, that there's one who needs constant reassurance of what exists between you. So I keep on saying a lot of like just reminders, like just telling them how much you feel about, like what you feel about them, like little things. As I keep on saying, there's someone who really appreciates little things like that. One card on finances for Ruby. I feel like there's opportunities around you right now for new financial opportunities. Look around a lot right now. I keep on seeing a lot of little things. Maybe not one big thing, a lot of little things right now. Also, make sure you're paying attention to discretionary expenses. Those little things add up. Everything around finances, I keep on hearing little things, little new things to do, and little things to step away from. You're so welcome, Bean. One card for Minnie, please. Don't get triggered right now. Observe an abandonment wound, but don't react to it. Articulate about how you're triggered, but don't react to it. Yeah, it's not about it's not about not being triggered. We never get rid of our triggers. It's allowing the triggers not to trigger us. It's observing them and being supportive and moving towards what feels like it makes us feel better, not worse. Message for Ava. From myself, from a past lifetime. I love that. Remember who you are. they're going to remember who you are. You used to be a badass. I don't know what this is, but they're saying you used to be a badass. They're like, don't let them, don't let them make you forget who you are. This is tough as nails energy here. Like, absolutely not. Honor your no is what I hear. Thank you, Ava. General card for Carmen. Highest priority messages, please. Like, it's not a breakdown, it's a breakthrough. Don't like heartbroken, like it's not like, it's about building something better right now. Don't let yourself get devastated, get determined. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Especially in relationality to what it is that you can change versus what needs to be accepted. Don't recognize what you might be insisting on. It's not that something can't be done, but there might be a different way that you have to perceive something to allow for a breakthrough to occur. So be adaptable in that way. Be expansive. Thank you for having that reading with me, Carmen, and thank you for being a subscriber. At the Rive at the Day you're having, love that. Thank you, Nikki. You're so welcome, Addie. You're so welcome, Bridget. You're so welcome, Minnie. Oh, it shows they subscribed to me. Thank you. You're so welcome, Bridget. Okay, Tina, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Oh, you see Odie is subscribed? Is that my mistake? I'll double check. You're so welcome, Chrissy. Thank you, Asato. Odie, let me double check if there's something, if that's an issue on my end. Oh, very, very sweet, Dane. These are readings. I prioritize energy that prioritizes me and wants the same things as me. Tap to claim, Asato. I learned that in that last lesson. Continue to hold it forward. I feel like what's ahead of you is what's coming towards you is ahead of you, not behind you. Tina, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Slow and steady. Every time I get a reading from you, it resonates so deeply. You're so welcome, Esteban. You're so welcome, Nikki. I'm trying hard to find anything. Continue to do that work right now, Ruby. Huge on that. My boyfriend dog is sick. I wonder if that's what you're picking up. Yeah, they're fine. Like there was something else. Like there's somebody else. Like there's other energy. Like they're going, I'm fine. It's somebody else that they're worried about. Yeah. Chair, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, all you need to do is hit that subscribe button. I needed that today. Not a breakdown, a breakthrough. So glad. Cher, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, Carmen. I am doing one cards right now, dear. Maybe I read the wrong thing. It's okay, Ruby. What did you read? Again, Cher, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. I'm afraid I don't. Thank you for the subscription. I'm afraid I don't have any spots left today, Ruby. But I can book a private if you'd like as well, or if you'd like to get on the list for the next time. Lisa, reading on my relationship in the next month. Absolutely. And OD, if you're still here, um, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? Lisa, this is saying to me, this is beautiful energy. I mean, I just keep on seeing something that's flourishing around you right now. Like this also feels like going somewhere. Like this is feeling like there's almost a bit of surprise here. Yeah, I keep on seeing a change of plans might actually turn out even better than you expected. So again, be adaptable. Don't get frustrated if something changes because I keep on seeing something that changes might turn out better than you expected. And share, thank you for subscribing, dear. All right. All right, let me just go back to Cher's question. Let me read energy around that situation, please. One card for Cher. I feel like they asked you to come back for something. I feel like the something about the process isn't over. So I almost see you kind of moving into the next round of something. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's like it's giving me return energy. So don't get like just be patient right now on something because it feels to me, I don't know why. I feel like I see something with multiple rounds. Yes, we have the best energy. I love it. Thank you, Lisa. Tay, one card with the conflict going on in my life. Clarification, information for Tay and how to navigate that. 444, Bridget, tap to claim. Don't get pulled into arguments you don't want to have. It's not polite to insist. Don't let someone pull you into a conversation you shouldn't even be having. Like I keep on hearing like I'm not avail like it's not up for debate. Don't let someone argue with you on something that doesn't need to be an argument. Be like, again, like this is feeling to me. Like, yeah, don't let someone trigger you. If they're being unreasonable, do not match them. Point out, say, why are you being like this? You know, don't let someone's inconsistency drive you into being upset. You know, what is the song of energy that's not consistent that gets us upset? Why are you always so angry? Okay? Remember that. The song of someone who is inconsistent to us is why are you always so angry? Don't 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 let it affect you. Observe it if it's occurring. A card for Anne, please. Very much the same. You do not owe everyone a conversation. Identifying and recognizing what feels like productive, it's not polite to insist. And when someone asks us the same thing over and over again, even if they're doing so nicely, that's not polite. Politeness isn't about being nice. Courtesy is recognizing what another person's choices are and honoring those choices. You don't need to have a conversation with someone. You don't need to repeat yourself. If you've said something once and someone is just continuing in a way that like they're just ignoring what you said, you don't need to continue to have that conversation. Like they're just saying like that like if someone like again recognizing someone defying explanation is moving forward even after we've asked them not to. You know, you don't need to be thankful if someone's going out of their way and after you've told them not to. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. Final call right now for any of my subscribers who would like a card pulled. If you are a subscriber, just and you haven't had a card pulled today, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, just hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen. I'll be happy to pull a card for you. Also, just a reminder, if you just became a subscriber today, welcome. Thank you for joining the collective. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber only Discord channel. Make sure to introduce yourself to the collective. Also in the Discord, you will find a special coupon code in the perk section that will offer you an additional discount to our Tarot Church class subscription over on my Substack, Our next class is going to be held next week on Wednesday at April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be doing a deep dive into the Hanged Man card. And all you need to do if you'd like to become a part of that class is head over and become a subscriber to my Substack. If you can't join us live, you will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library, so you'll be able to catch the recording as well. I want to thank you guys so much. We will be off tomorrow, but be back on Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, please head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating the bell will turn on notifications, but sometimes this app doesn't like to push out the notifications. So please make sure to register directly for the event if you'd like to be notified. Nina, thank you so much for subscribing. I'm happy to pull a card for you before we close out for the day. Hi there. I'm doing well, Dwayne. How are you doing today? Happy weekend to you as well, Per. Have a beautiful birthday, Per. And thank you for subscribing, Nina. Love today's readings. Take care. You as well, May. Thank you. Always happy to be here. Nina, would you like a general reading or do you have a specific question we're pulling a card for? Just waiting? All right. Good, beautiful. Oh, thank you so much. General for Nina, please. Highest priority messages. Be patient right now. We're coming out of a very rough eclipse cycle. We're building into balance for this Libra full moon. Don't let someone trigger you. Lead forth with compassion right now and be patient. There's something about your patience paying off, particularly in the realms of consistency. Yeah. I feel like there's something about this, like something you've been putting a lot of time, effort, and energy with. Be patient with yourself. You haven't missed an opportunity. I feel like there's something about it that's like, it's like that something's coming towards you in the timing that it needs to take. So you just need to be patient and consistent on that journey. Thank you again, Nina, and thank you for becoming a subscriber. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for spending your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I want to hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.